step one, in San Mateo County is $57,392. Cabrillo's is $50,000. That is a difference of $7,392. The average salary for teachers in the county, with the teacher having 65 college units above their bachelor's degree at 10 years of teaching, is $85,226. Cabrillo's is $72,455, a difference of $12,771. The average salary for teachers in the county who have 75 college units above their bachelor's degrees at 12 years of teaching is $93,949. Cabrillo's is $79,985, a difference of $13,964. I know Cabrillo can't make that huge of a jump to get their teacher salaries to that level in 1 year, but a 3% raise is a step in the right direction. It is clear to me that the district has money to pay our teachers the living wage. I'm disappointed to hear that it has come to the fact that finding to prove that the district does in fact have the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heidi.
Hello, my name is Heidi Stalder-Mills. I am a former Cabrillo student from kindergarten through 5th grade at El Granada, on to Cunha, and all the way through the high school. I'm also a current teacher and parent of 3 Cabrillo students, 2 at the high school and 1 at El Granada. My aunt sends me these inspirational quotes because she knows how hard and how much teachers and parents are struggling. The most recent one was from Kurt Vonnegut, in which he was quoted as saying, "Teaching is the noblest profession of all in a democracy." But all I can say is, not in our district. We are thanked and appreciated by most of our families who sit in and support their children during Zoom school, and those families that cannot sit in because they are working. They get it. Yet we are vilified by the very people that should be lifting us up, valuing our work, and supporting us, just as we support each and every student and family every single day. Did everyone have a nice Veterans Day? Honoring our veterans? As it should be on November 11th, correct? So why would the district submit a press release on the eve of that very important event? Unless they were trying to ruin the one day off we've had in many weeks, since September 7th to be exact. The one day off we've had to spend with our families when we've been working way too many hours to even count. But no, instead we must read about more disrespect, more one-sided attacks on teachers, more attempted timing for the most impact. Call it what you want, marketing, gaslighting. It seems like whatever it takes to attempt to garnish support from the board and the community is given a green light. Well, guess what? The community is getting smarter, and I hope the board is too, because it is utterly insulting. Do I worry about the retaliation from the very people that are meant to protect me and us? Absolutely. But I'm tired of covering up when families ask me how the district is doing. Truth is, I've lost my confidence in this district. I want my students back, but I don't see the district doing anything to protect and prepare for it. Whatever happened to safety first? We worked hard to pass Measure I for what? Nothing, and certainly not a cost of living raise. That contract and negotiation cycle should have been buttoned up over a year ago, long before the pandemic was ever in our imagination. Then there's the bond, a bond that is personally costing me an additional $800. Yep, another thing that goes up while my salary is stagnant. So the district can remodel their offices with the bond money, yet leave El Granada and Fairlawn and high school to fight over whatever is left over. Again, just tell me where there's the equity and accountability in that spending.
Oh my God.
Is that you, Josefina? I know I don't get a vote, but I am tired of being beaten down. It's been gone on long enough. So thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Next is Abby Foster.
Hi, good evening. My intention is to speak about COVID and the reopening, but first I just really quickly want to comment on the question of the raise, because I think Jenny made such a strong point. if teachers were a priority for this district, we would have gotten our raise 20 months ago. It's not a question of, I've heard people in the community say, well, where's that money supposed to come from? The money's there. If you choose to spend it on teacher salaries instead of whatever else you're spending it on, it's up to you. It could be the lawyer, it could be whatever. If you prioritize the teachers, you will pay us a living wage. As it stands, we are losing teachers and we will lose so many more if we don't get this raise. I've been here for 25 years and I can't stay. I cannot stay if I don't get something more because I can only work 2 jobs. I don't have any more time in my day to work a 3rd job. I can't do it more. So please it's not a matter of finding the money. It's a matter of when you write your budget, you put the teacher salary first and then the rest follows. Do it that way. That's the way other districts do it. That's what we need to do right now. What I wanted to talk about though was COVID. When I addressed you last month, I commended your efforts to keep staff and students safe by keeping instruction online as cases of COVID-19 were continuing to rise in San Mateo County and specifically here on the coast. Since then, cases began to drop. San Mateo County moved down a level and the district has moved forward with implementing, I get confused, I believe it's phase 1.5 / phase 2, I'm looking at Leticia, phase 1.5, bringing some small pods of our most at-promise students to campuses. I think it's a good idea. I agree with the complaint that CUTA wasn't consulted, and I believe that we're in need of an updated MOU regarding the reopening, and I hope that that will happen soon. But of course, as could be expected, the virus is tenacious. We are seeing cases rise again. And even in our first week of reopening, we've already had a student test positive on one of our campuses. So the fact that we don't have all those safety protocols in place now, I think we're jumping the gun a little bit, and it makes me worried because what we're seeing now is what scientists are calling the Halloween surge, and that's just from kids getting together outdoors, trick-or-treating with their friends, and now the cases are surging. And then we have coming up Thanksgiving and Christmas, where college students are going to be returning home. Families are going to be getting together to celebrate Thanksgiving. And the winter holidays, people are going to be indoors more because of the colder weather. And everybody knows that the cases are going to go back up again. So I was really relieved to hear that CUSD wouldn't even begin to consider phase 3 until later in January. Hopefully that'll give us time to see the fallout of all of that, right? And we'll know a little bit more about how things go with the holidays. And just, I can predict that the cases will go up. Maybe they won't. Maybe we'll be lucky. But I do worry about when we begin phase 3, whether it be late January or early February or whenever it is, how are we going to keep everybody safe when we're already seeing numbers of cases and we have just a teeny tiny handful of people on campus now. How's it going to be when our campuses are full? So a few things to keep in mind. The health and safety of our students and staff should always be at the forefront, right? And I think that I've heard Leticia and Jesus who've been running these meetings. I've heard you say that, and I appreciate that. I just really hope that we continue with that. I feel like we're doing a really great job at teaching remotely. Students and staff have been well trained to do what we're doing. We have the tools, the materials, and the technology we need. Generally speaking, of course, there are things I wish I had differently, but generally speaking, I think we're doing well. We're in a good rhythm. I think the families are happy with what's going on. And, I know that there are some families that are pushing, we got to open. But I'm not really sure that I feel like it's a little bit misguided because of course I as a parent, I want my kids to be back in school, but going back to school now isn't going to be regular school. It's going to be with masks and 6 feet apart, no socializing, no breaks, no recess. Why do my kids want to go to school? They want to see their friends, right? And they're not going to have those opportunities. And if they create those opportunities, it's going to be in a way that's not safe. So I just think that we all wish that we could get back to life as normal. And the best way we can do that is to keep cases down so that eventually we do get back to life as normal. So I just really encourage our district to consider staying remote even longer. And I know that that's hard for some of our students. I think the majority of our students are thriving. There are some who aren't. So what if we considered opening up some different learning pods for those students who aren't thriving? Maybe both of their parents are working and it's a hardship for their families. Maybe we could have a learning pod for that, but we could let the majority of students who are thriving and who value staying safe stay remote. Another thing to think about, for example, if we go back in person, I personally would have 2 cohorts of students, a Monday, Tuesday group and a Thursday, Friday group. How is that going to work? Like, how can I live teach my Monday, Tuesday group and monitor the asynchronous learning and progress of my Thursday, Friday group at the same time? And what of the third or so, I'm going to guess, I don't know if you guys have done a scientific survey, but anecdotally as a parent, I know at least a third to a half of the families that signed up for hybrid aren't ready to send their students back to school. So what if we lose a third of our students? So let's say I have a class of 23 students. I have 24, one is currently homeschooled, 23 students. Let's say 15 of them are ready to come back. And so another 8 of them are at home. What's going to happen to those 8? Do we have staff for them? We can't hire new teachers to teach those kids. Who's going to teach them? The way that we could keep everybody engaged would be if we stay remote. All of my students could stay with me. The kids who need support can get support. The teaching would still be through Zoom, and everybody would be able to stay safe. And it also helps because there's the other problem of what about the teachers that are higher risk and aren't able to come back to school? Are those students of those teachers going to be reassigned? How is that going to work? Are we all going to have combinations of like kindergarten, first, second grade, immersion and non-immersion? I just don't see how it's going to work if we try to come back when some teachers can't come back and some teachers can, and some students can't come back and some students can. Are we going to reassign students and have all new class configurations? And where's the consistency with the education if we do all that? So I just really highly encourage us to stay remote and as long as we need to keep everybody safe so that our students can continue to thrive and our instruction will be cohesive and coherent and we can meet the standards and meet the learning needs of all of our students. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. Avis Calhoun.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So this is Avis Calhoun. I'm a teacher at El Granada Elementary. And thank you for giving me the time to make a comment. So I have 4 short points. I'll try to keep this brief. So the first thing that I was hoping that the board would consider is a change of format for the school board meetings. And I really appreciate the opportunity to join via Zoom. It makes it, really easy to attend the meetings. But what I'm wondering is whether or not you would consider changing from the webinar type format to more of a standard Zoom format. The reason why I ask is because the lack of having the camera on participants other than the board makes it feel, it makes it feel more like it's sort of a one-way type of communication. Obviously, you're giving us the opportunity to talk, but I would really appreciate it if we could be on camera. That's sort of my motivation for asking about that, okay? The second thing that I wanted to say was impressions matter. So imagine the impression that we got when we teachers found out about the district office upgrade. And this has been mentioned multiple times tonight. Imagine what impression that left us with. What do you think we thought when we found out that the district office was getting furniture and carpet? And it's got nothing to do with whether or not that was needed. And it's got nothing to do with where the pile of money, the money came from to pay for those things. Imagine though, in the context of teachers not getting raises, many of us teaching in really old facilities with really old furniture, drawers that stick, holes, etc. So this is what it felt like. This was the impression that we got, that either you did not think about what it would look like. That's number one, possibility number one. Or possibility number two, you did think about what it would look like and you thought, I don't really care. And I sure hope that that's not what was going on, but that's what it felt like. Like you didn't think about or you didn't care about what that would look like when you guys spent the money to make the improvements. It could be that this money was budgeted 2 years ago. I have no idea, but I'm saying, think about what did that look like in this context? And was that the right thing to do? Okay. The third thing that I wanted to bring up is basically, you're hearing this over and over tonight, the importance of teachers, how essential we are. If we're not in the classrooms and we don't have students, which are basically customers, the schools don't run, right? And everybody at the district office, as supportive as you may want to be, really, you are there supporting our teaching and the students' learning. We teachers are essential. Without us, you don't have classes. You don't have learning. This past summer, we were asked over and over to participate in various committees, task forces, small groups. We were asked to give our expertise. We were asked to flesh out the opening plans for this fall. And we did it. We did it because we care. And we did it for free. For free. When we're not working, we gave our time freely. Literally, we did that. There were a couple of positions where people got paid a stipend, but other than that, we worked for free. Yet still, there's no movement toward a raise. I find that shocking. You asked for our help and we gave it. And then you said, sorry, you still can't find money. I'm asking you, please, find the money somehow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Avis. Pat Olson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, as you said, my name is Pat Olson. I'm a teacher at Half Moon Bay High School. I'd like to talk about school climate and morale as it pertains to the current contract discussions. You know, just this past spring, I was asked to be a union rep, and it's the first time in my 18-year run here in the district that I'm on that side, getting a sense of how fellow staff members feel as I get those emails, those texts, those passionate phone calls, and boy, if I don't return them, you know, a passionate email and a text again. And the thing I'm seeing is there seems to be this real disconnect between the teaching staff, certainly at my site, Half Moon Bay High School, and the district office along with the school board. And, you know, yes, some of that does relate to COVID. You know, we've not seen each other as often, many cases, you know, not at all. Yet at the same time, also because of COVID, we feel as teachers that we're working harder than ever. Many, like myself, wearing numerous employment hats within the district or handling a second and sometimes a third outside job. You know, we heard Abby earlier, she doesn't have time for the third job. You know, somehow I guess I make the time fit in. And, you know, I hear from staff members who feel like their hard efforts are just not being recognized. As we continue to be stalled, it's almost like we're in quicksand in this effort to simply see a cost of living adjustment. I've heard people say raise tonight. It's not a raise. We just want a cost of living adjustment so we can keep up with, you know, people that are paying rent, for myself, property taxes that continue to increase. All we want is a COLA, a cost of living adjustment. People around me are not happy. I know of 7 teachers personally that are looking around, actively pursuing other job opportunities as they kind of feel stuck and disrespected, you know, while their friends, their peers in other districts, other careers earn higher wages. Many of these teachers are veteran staff members. You know, I'd hate to lose, and I say this both as a teacher and a parent, given both my kids came through our local schools and graduated from Half Moon Bay High School. And I think that's the great thing about us. We're local. We have this strong sense of community. And our coastal town, we have a number of coastal members that are on our teaching staff. You know, Heidi mentioned earlier, you know, she came through our schools and now a teacher in the district. Look at how many people have, tuned into the Zoom tonight, watching the live YouTube stream. People are interested about our schools, about our district, yet many around me through these texts, these emails, conveying to me, fellow teachers, that they feel overwhelmed with the increasing workload due to this new world of remote learning. Numerous Zoom trainings, taking attendance for 165 students on days we don't even see those 165 students. Zoom bombers, recording videos for school presentations, recreating lessons for this new world, shrinking things down to a 100-minute week, and oh yes, grading papers. And we do all that with a relentless passion, as we always do. Because we teachers, we love our students. Man, you don't know how much I miss seeing my students on a face-to-face basis. And I try and reach out as much as I can, as much as possible in this Zoom world we're in. When kids come in, a little bit early, when I have that opportunity to see them. And, yet around me, some are looking to leave, to change professions, depart for other districts or private schools. And it's not a healthy climate for our community. I've been in this community for a long time. It's not a healthy climate for our community or for our students to have turnover and departures from our district because we have an unhappy staff. So I ask that the school board, the 5 of you tonight, consider the superintendent, consider the climate within the schools. What we've heard from earlier people that talked tonight, Jenny and Abby, myself, the grumbling I hear in these emails, the passion I sense from teachers around me, as you continue your hardline stance of a 0% cost of living increase. I thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Patrick. The following comments I will read from Hannah Mello, a parent. I would like to know what the current enrollment looks like today versus the beginning of the year. I know a lot of people have pulled their students from the district due to your lack of running a sufficient district during the pandemic. The district has failed our community and its students. Students are falling behind, and that is the district's fault. From Claudia Lundstruth, a Half Moon Bay High School teacher. My name is Claudia Lundstruth, and I have taught English at the high school for 20 years. I have never been so disappointed by the district administration as I have been for the past 2 years. I have never before felt CUSD teachers to be in such an adversarial position with the district administration. The time and money our superintendent is putting towards fighting teachers should be spent on improving our schools. CUSD can give teachers the COLA they have more than earned and serve our students. The press releases from the DO are misleading and deceitful even, and come from a position of power. CUTA exists because teachers are willing to put in the effort after their school days and with their own money. The district, on the other hand, uses district time and money and mailing lists. Who pays the legal fees for the district to conduct the worst contract negotiations the community has ever seen? The DO with school funds that should be used elsewhere. Who pays the legal fees for CUTA to try to stand up to the DO? Teachers do. Who pays the legal fees to fight unfair labor practices? Teachers do. Who fights to make sure schools are safe for students and the community? Teachers do. The DO recently decided to bring students to campus during a time of rising coronavirus cases. They ignored the legal requirements for MOU negotiations with CUTA. I wonder, will district administrators leave their newly refurbished offices to risk attending any of the new classes? Think how much better off our school district would be if teachers and administrators had the same goals. Brendan Roth, Half Moon Bay High School teacher. I would like to be respected. I don't feel respected because I have never seen a pay raise as a professional. I have never seen a COLA. Yet during the time, teachers at CUSD have seen their stress and responsibilities increase. Yet our district is fighting tooth and nail to make sure that we don't get what we believe to be fair. I believe the sentiment of most CUSD teachers is that we are scraping pennies together to make ends meet while CUSD is simultaneously nickel and diming us. One could speculate why it is that of the last 5 Teacher of the Year award winners at Half Moon Bay High School no longer teach. I would argue because the compensation does not meet the demands, and once an individual has established themselves as a teacher in CUSD, they exit stage right for comfort, compensation, and greater access to ed tools. Another way to look at it is that teachers bide their time in the minor leagues, CUSD, waiting for their opportunity to go to the major league. CUSD offering raises that don't even match inflation is like putting lipstick on a pig. Christina Fridiani, parent. Dear board, please consider a cost of living increase so we can retain quality teachers on the coast. It goes without saying that they are long overdue. Our teachers need and deserve a fair contract. I have confidence that you will make our community proud by showing that you are truly working with them and us. Misty Veloso, CUTA community member. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Misty Veloso. I'm a TK teacher at Hatch. I've worked for CUSD for 23 years. I ask you this evening to please dig deeper in the budget and secure funds to share with your working groups. You say times are tough. We know. You say you are deficit spending. We are too. My family is earning less because of the pandemic. Even so, I managed to find extra funds in my own personal bank account to enrich my classroom program. Teachers spend their own money to enrich their programs. We do this because we value student engagement and want to make school fun for kids. How many board members spend or would spend their own money to enhance and enrich their jobs? We are asking for a cost of living adjustment. If teachers manage every month to find extra funds in the measly salary you pay us to enhance our classrooms, you should be compelled to share some of the reserve you are saving for a time 3 years down the road. Do you value your teachers as much as teachers value their educational programs? If so, give CUTA a cost of living adjustment. Respect us. Okay, Carrie DiMartini, CUSD parent and teacher. I am disappointed that McFetridge again abuses his access to the parent email database to discuss ongoing negotiations with the teachers. This was a very one-sided letter, and as far as I know, teachers have no way of addressing the public or parents in the capacity to rebuke his statements. I want it to be clear we're asking for a cost of living increase. A raise would require much more than 3%. It has been many years since we've seen a cost of living adjustment. Meanwhile, the cost of living here keeps going up. We just want to be able to continue to afford to live on or near the coast while working for Cabrillo. In the letter, there is a discussion of our dismal budget. What you fail to mention is how much the district has spent on lawyer fees to fight the teachers on their request for a COLA. I think you should make that information public. How much you are spending to avoid paying less than $400,000 a year towards retaining and recruiting teachers, which was the slogan of the ballot measure that passed. As a parent and teacher, I would like to see more steps being made to get teachers and students back in the classroom. The district has funds specifically for this. They should be actively setting up classrooms and buildings so that we can open our doors back up. So far, the only modification that's been made to my classroom is the addition of a hand sanitizer dispenser. It was clear a while ago there was never an intention to get students back in October, as we were told in August. How are parents going to trust the next date you suggest? Rebecca Rayer, parent. Dear school board members, I'm a parent of a first grade student who attends El Granada Elementary School. I am also an educator in another district in San Mateo County. I would like to express the importance to the board of retaining their highly qualified and exceptional teachers. I've been extremely impressed with the entire staff at El Granada Elementary and how they have met the needs of their students during this unprecedented time. There have been several parcel taxes that have passed that were designed to do this. It is unacceptable to our teachers that have been working without a contract for many years. They should be given a competitive wage of educators in San Mateo County. I know of teachers who have left the district because they are unable to afford the cost of living in the area with the salary in Cabrillo. If the board doesn't take action to support our teachers, I fear many more will follow. We've been happy with our decision to attend public school, but I am concerned what will happen in the future if our teachers aren't valued and retained. I appreciate the time and effort the school board puts into education of our children. Thank you for your time and service. Next is Dorothy Bauman. Half Moon Bay High School and Cunha School both have tennis courts that are currently open only to a tennis organization. The high school courts were just resurfaced with taxpayer money. Why can't I, an individual, play pickleball on the public courts? Cunha already has pickleball lines marked. Could the high school add pickleball lines and open all the courts to people who just want to play and are not part of an organization? One day tennis players are playing and wouldn't even let us enter the courts. As far as I know, these are public courts. Pickleball players are just as far apart as tennis players, so COVID shouldn't be a factor. Please let us all get some well-needed exercise. Most of us who play pickleball are over 60. William P. Diggs, Half Moon Bay Pickleball Club. Currently, the tennis courts at Cunha Intermediate School are locked. They can be accessed on the right side of the Boys and Girls Club at Kelly Avenue. These courts are lined for pickleball. Currently, the tennis courts at Terra Nova High School are open 7 days a week with no monitor. Also, the Taylor Middle School in Millbrae has an unrestricted access to their tennis courts. Request that open access at Cunha's 3 courts. And Michelle Luca, Half Moon Bay Pickleball. As primarily an elder population, we as pickleball players are very cognizant of following COVID safety protocols. Courts all throughout the state are open for play. Our high school has open courts with no monitoring for tennis. The courts at the Boys and Girls Club are lined for pickleball. We would kindly and emphatically request those courts be unlocked and available for play. Having the ability to stay active and to maintain social groups in safe outdoor settings is so important. Thank you in advance for your help in promoting and recognizing the health of your constituents in Half Moon Bay. We have a couple more comments, but those will wait until the opening of school section. And I realized that I had skipped over approval of the agenda. So before we go on to our employee organization reports, let's take just a moment to approve our agenda as it is written. Do I have a motion to approve our agenda?
Moved.
Thank you, Freya. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. So I, Mary Beth.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
Lizette.
Aye.
Sophia.
Aye.
Caroline. Probably stepped away. Motion passes. And now we have our CUTA representatives. Hi, Sean.
Hi. Board members, students, COSI community. My name's Sean Reardon, and along with Claudia Lundstroth, I'm co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. A Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association fact sheet dated November 12th, 2020. Did you know that the district has an unnecessarily large reserve at $4.3 million, 11.22% higher than legally required? Did you know that the state has increased CUSD funding by $1.9 million to help with pandemic-related costs? Did you know that our community passed a parcel tax largely so that teacher salaries could stay competitive with nearby districts? Did you know the current reserve is in excess of almost 3 years of parcel tax revenue? Did you know that the district is spending less on healthcare as years pass due to retirements and the decreasing quality of the coverage provided? Did you know the state has ensured school funding to remain the same as 2019-2020 levels? And in addition, due to the shift in the funding schedule, Cabrillo Unified School District is guaranteed to have increased funding for 2020-2021. Did you know that Cabrillo Unified School District rates 26th out of 29 school districts in San Mateo County in regard to teacher compensation? Did you know the memorandum of understanding to open the schools due to remote education was provided entirely by the California Teachers Association? Did you know that the return to live instruction has begun with no input from the teachers' bargaining unit, which forces a move to impact bargaining, thereby increasing legal costs? Did you know that there has been no scheduled meeting between the bargaining team and the district management to discuss return to live instruction, or also known as hybrid instruction? Did you know that a select group of students have returned to in-person instruction with no upgraded ventilation systems, no plexiglass partitions, no clear measurement of social distancing markers, or markers that indicate safe ingress or egress from a classroom that has one door? Did you know that the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association and its leadership are ready, willing, and excited to return to live instruction when the safety of students, teachers, classified employees can be ensured? Don't you think it's time for the district management to treat the teachers with respect by meeting us at the table to work out the safe and effective return to live instruction? Don't you think the students of Cabrillo Unified are deserving of better than 26th out of 29? Don't you think it's time to honor the intent of the parcel tax and use these funds to increase teacher retention and provide teachers with a reasonable living wage? Board members, I ask you to reach out to site administration to find out how the return to instruction 1.5 rolled out at each site. The hasty, disorganized rollout needs to be heard from site administration. Board members, please give clear instruction to district management to include bargaining team in all changes to current phases of instruction. Direct the district management to follow all health guidelines requiring improved ventilation systems in all classrooms that will hold students, teachers, and classified members. Provide plexiglass barriers and provide clear social distancing markers and travel routes on campus before a return to any on-site instruction. Let's remember, we have one chance to do this right when we reopen. I hope we've not missed the opportunity to do so at this late time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sean. We now have CSEA representative. Do we have Stig?
Good evening, President Kimberly Hines, board members, Superintendent McPatrick, staff, administrative staff, and community members. I hear a lot of pain from teachers, from staff tonight. And we have been in this closer now for 8 months, and everyone is in pain. I see the great job the teacher doing to teach our kids online with technology, and it's hard for everyone. I'm the president for the staff members who are the support staff in the district. And I can tell you that it's totally different for us as well under this time. When a teacher can't log in, when the teacher have a technical problem, we need to jump on it. It's not normal anymore. And but I think everyone doing great, and I want to put the positive thing on this, that everyone is doing so great with the resources we have, and to how thoughtful everyone is about the kids and even the family to the kids, that everyone is included, and that we go forward and eventually open. I'm used to go on the campuses and seeing the kids playing, and the small kids coming up and asking questions and all that. But we get there. But unfortunately, we have COVID now, who is sparking out really bad again, worse than it ever been. And I think we need to be careful now when we open, so that we don't do the same mistake as other states have done. Also on a note, I would like to just say that CSEA members also, we are not the best paid. We are well underpaid too. Many of our members work 2 jobs, 3 jobs to support their families. We are not living in the cheapest community. It's really expensive to live here on the coast, but we still need food. We still need housing. We need money too. And many members they make $15, $16 an hour. How are you going to survive on that? And so when we're talking about raises of salary, I can tell you I'm the first one to jump on the train and say we need it. We all need a raise. Teachers, staff, non-bargaining member staff haven't got the raise in 3 years. So we need to work for this and get us financially stable, so we can pay our teachers, we can pay our staff, we can keep people. What I do, I joined our bargaining or the committee for the budget because I want to know what's going on with our budget. How can we make it better? And we need to look at it and come up with a solution. There is no way around it, but we need to work together, all of us. We cannot blame each other and just be angry. We need also to work together and come up with solutions. That's my speech for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stig. Next up are our board member reports. And do I have someone that would like to go first this evening? I'll chime in then, since I don't have a volunteer, and then we'll do our round robin. First, this is my last meeting as president. We'll do transitions in December. And so I thank you for the board support while I've been in this role for the last year. And I look forward to the next 4 years as a board member. I'm also looking forward to what's bubbled up as ideas and study sessions that we hope to implement, just to have those information exchanges so we can take an hour outside of a regular scheduled board meeting and have reports out of our committee meetings and get information from the district that we can just ask questions when it's not a decisional point. I think that's going to be really healthy for the district to focus on our educational needs and what we can do to keep this district sustainable. I want to mention the Visual and Performing Arts meeting is coming up next week, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's foundational to all students, and it's something that if we start to have an eye on it, K through 12 can really help the whole district. So really looking forward to working with Dr. Bhatia and the other visual and performing arts teachers in the district and Lizette in terms of visual and performing arts. That's going to be exciting. The other committee I'm serving on is with Mary Beth Alexander, and we've been doing some behind the scenes investigating to understand what our surplus properties are and how to ask really good questions about how we use district assets. Because of these properties, we're looking to other districts to know how they've done implemented public different types of partnerships or workforce housing. If a parcel is sold, can it be applied to other funds? And we're just trying to be more intentional to make this district and all of its properties more sustainable. So hopefully we'll start to ask the right questions and do some really good analysis in the coming year. And that's kind of the highlights for me. I think Stig named it so well. And I heard it in all of the comments that I read and what people were saying. I hear the pain. I hear the frustration. I want to acknowledge how hard it is for people working during COVID. I have a number of my staff in my workplace that have literally lost family members during this time. And it's painful. And trying to do work during a pandemic, yes, the contract is important. We will follow the process, and I really do look forward to the fact finding and getting to a point where we can work on our relationships again for the long term. So please know that my heart is certainly with the teachers and understanding how difficult it is. It is important that it's safe for the teachers. It's important that it's safe for our students going back. My sister-in-law teaches in Arizona and is already back in classrooms full time in a middle school, and they've had COVID students in her classroom, and now people are quarantined again. So let's get it right. And so I just want you to know that my heart is certainly, I hope, in the right place. And if anybody ever wants to talk about any of these issues, again, shoot me an email, and I'm happy to make time to talk with you one-on-one or with small groups. That's it. Sophia?
Get off mute. Okay, thank you, Kim. And just thank you to Stiglin also for speaking to the pain we're all experiencing right now in various degrees, in various ways, in various reasons, as teachers, as IT technicians, as administrators, as parents, and importantly, as students. And I really appreciate your sentiment, your heartfelt sentiment, Stig. Especially as you speak to not blaming each other and just being angry. That's our natural feeling right now. But we really do need to work together to come up with solutions. And many of you are familiar with Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond. She's currently the California Board of Ed president, the head of President-elect Biden's Education Task Force. Earlier this week, she made some comments that I also have been kind of keeping me going in this time of challenge and time of change. She said the following: "This is a time of great social disruption. And during these times of great social upheaval, we also have opportunities for great social transformation. We don't want to return to the status quo with many of the inequities that have plagued the system of education in every state for many years. We want to return to a new normal, which we think differently about how we organize schools, how we support our educators, and how we support our students. I think that's something we're going to see in the state board's agenda in the coming year. So while we face difficult times ahead, we have an opportunity as a local school community to unite and come forward to a new normal as well. How can we use this pain, this really deep pain, to come together as a unified school community? How do we establish more sustainable, equitable, and just structures for supporting students and each other? How do we make continuous improvement and collaboration core to our culture? How do we take the point of view of our students in all that we do? I think these are important questions that I hope we can take to heart as well. And in this season of Thanksgiving, I hope we can take heart as well in the words of our president-elect as well. Let's let this grim era of demonization in America begin to end here and now. Let's give each other a chance. It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, and see each other again, listen to each other again. There's much work to be done, a lot of work to be done. But I think if we take these approaches, there's really great hope we can do it together and come out with a better new normal. So that's my hope. That's my hope for us as a unified school community. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to unmute. Mary Beth?
Thanks, Kim. Yeah, I just wanted to give thanks to our employees that are helping our struggling kids get back to school. I know it's hard, and I want to thank you for your work you've been doing there. I know we've had a lot of distractions this year. We've all been talking about it. From our major financial troubles, we started off, having to make massive cuts with. We have unresolved contract issues we've been talking about tonight as well, and then throw COVID in there. So it's been a lot going on this year. But I just wanted to say that I too am looking forward to the future and trying to get some of these things behind us, and also to be able to refocus again, refocus our energy on improving the outcomes for the kids, because, we just need to remember that's why we're really here. It's for the kids. And, I know sometimes we get distracted with all these grown-up things which need to be done and are very important, but, it'll be nice to be able to get some of this resolved and refocus on outcomes and what we can do for those kids. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mary Beth. Lizette?
Hi, good evening, everybody. I feel I want to also echo what, Sophia, what Stig, and what Kim has said. It's definitely continues to be difficult times for everybody, for teachers, for parents, for students, and not just, and in so many ways, health-wise, financially, a lot of instability. And like everyone has said, we need to come together and try to resolve this, together, because there's no one way. I think when there's an issue, we all need to come to some sort of compromise. And it's interesting how the same information is interpreted very differently. It's almost like everybody's in the same room, but everybody takes something different out of whatever is happening, right? I hope things get better. I know right now, even though there's a lot already going on and a lot that needs to continue to happen, on a positive note, I'm hopeful, and it's exciting to hear of all these new committees that are starting to get spark up and get going. And more importantly, just knowing that there's a lot of good things that are happening, and a lot of good things that are happening with our kids and our community. I think that's very important. And just continue to do our best, in every way possible. I know, as a community member, just and being a Latina, a Mexican American, and living in this country and in Half Moon Bay all my life, it's also very gratifying to see all of this, embracement of the Hispanic heritage culture and all these things, with Alas, who we've mentioned all the time, but it's a great community resource, and it's very uplifting to see other cultures also participating, not just the kids that are in the community, but just from different cultures and different backgrounds, who also want to embrace other ethnicities and beliefs and customs. So let's. I know it's easier said than done, but I think it's important to also stay focused on whatever we can that is going to help us keep hope that we'll come to a resolution, because it's affecting everybody, and we already have, with COVID and financial burdens. I think we already have enough as it is. So I'm just hopeful that this will it, this too shall pass, and we will write it through, and we'll hope for the best.
I'd like to make comments, but I feel like my screen is frozen to some degree, so I'm not sure if anyone can even hear me at this point.
Hi, Freya, I can hear you. My screen is also frozen.
Oh, okay. Should I keep going, or should we wait till that undoes? Kim is frozen. Everyone else is frozen, but should I just go ahead? Oh, wait, they're dropping out.
I can hear you, Freya.
Everybody just dropped out.
Oh, they had a power outage.
Oh, no.
I just got a text.
Oh, no. Was there supposed to be some kind of like PG&E power outage or something?
I'm not sure what happened.
Yes, and I'm not at the
We lost all the attendees. Pretty much.
It looks like there were 32 participants still, so maybe
28, but we had about 80 something.
I know. I just noticed that. What should I do? Should I keep speaking, or I don't know what you do in this circumstance. We don't have a quorum at this point. That's for sure.
Let's just give a second. The energy is back. Let's just wait.
Oh, your energy's back now. Okay, good. Was it at where's the power shut off?
To be honest, I don't know.
I can look it up right now.
I'm looking. People's. No, it's the same people, right?
So for the remaining participants, please stay on. We're just trying to figure out what's happened, if we can get the rest of the board members and the administrative staff back to finish our meeting. So please just hold on for a moment while we figure out what's going on. Thank you for your patience.
Lizette, did you have any other comments or?
I'm sorry. No, I'm okay.
Okay, Freya?
Yeah, have a little pause there. Welcome back, everyone who's joined us again. That was all, of course, just a lesson and a reminder of what our teachers and students and staff are doing every day with Zoom and electricity and internet and connections and all of that. So, you know how difficult that is. So I wanted to kind of reiterate some of the themes that have already been discussed in terms of how difficult these times are. I was thinking about how we kind of sometimes get used to, oh, we're in this state, it's COVID, and then we don't really realize how it's wearing on us and how, even though, yeah, we've gotten used to the Zoom meetings and the Zoom calls and classes, it's the new normal for a period of time, but it's also really hard. There's really difficult parts of it. And I think overlaying all of that, of course, is the fears, both of, we mentioned before, the health issues and the pain that comes with that in very real terms, but also in the anticipatory grief, but also the financial and the unsettlingness of the whole affairs of our country. So I just want to kind of take this moment, to give compassion to everybody for everything that we're going through in all of our different ways, and to really thank the teachers and the staff for all of the work that you're doing every day. And I know how hard it must be and how difficult. And I want you all to know, who spoke tonight and others who've reached out, I really hear you, and I know that you deserve a raise, and I hope that we'll be able to figure out the financials in order to do that. And I want you to know that you are respected, period, from me, from my heart, from my being, from having had 2 children, now in the high school age, gone through the whole system. I know how hard every single teacher works, and I know that these are such unusual times. So I just want to say that again, as I think I've said before at other times, that I truly do support all of you. And I wanted to express that. So I also wanted just to mention, we are just getting the infant stages of our environmental committee. Thank you, Lizette and Sean, for meeting to frame that out, and looking forward to kind of the initial assessment of what we're doing now, what we can do more in the future. So that's really exciting. And I just wanted to, again, echo the appreciation for what we are, those challenges that we're all facing, but the hope that we can, as Lizette had just said, find some resolution and find some peace so that we can all move forward together, that we all recognize that we are all on the same page and working for the same thing. So hopefully we'll get there. That's all.
Thank you, Freya. Caroline.
Hi, okay, so I'm going to start with Kings Mountain. So all teachers are assessing students to help complete report cards. Classes celebrated Halloween and Hispanic Heritage Month by reading Just a Minute and drawing sugar skulls with how-to instructions. The 4th and 5th graders are working on food systems and sustainable grazing. They are designing a ranch with at least 3 animals. The 2nd and 3rd gardeners learned about the rainforest with virtual field trips and are creating tropical rainforest shoebox reports. They study different types of plants and animals within the different habitats. And TKK1 is researching in case of fire, which is the best way to safety, and they created maps of their homes and discussed escape routes. They also learned about voting and elections. Los Litos Preschool, October was the 2nd month for the students to attend the program in person. During this month, they studied the pumpkin cycle and continued learning the Everything About Me theme. They also started practicing names and correspondence 1-to-1 with numbers 1 to 5. They had their first experiment via Zoom with all the families, and parents and children made observations together and shared them with the classes. They have been sending materials and supplies to families so parents can be engaged in the same topics and that that are happening in the classroom, and they can see the participation and enthusiasm from their families and students. La Costa Adult School is in the last 5 weeks of the fall semester with 58 students enrolled across their programs, and their plan is to start spring semester classes with remote learning in mid-January. They're offering the following programs: high school equivalency preparation, learn Spanish, learn English, career technical training, and modern office skills, developing a CTE course in custodial maintenance technician. Half Moon Bay High School, despite the restrictions of COVID and remote learning or teaching, there are many high school students working really hard to engage and help other students. junior Hannah Payek, sorry, I hope I pronounced that right, has gathered a group of classmates, and they are offering tutoring for students in the Spanish immersion program at Hatch School. And a number of Ms. Bunkin's positive psychology students have also started a tutoring group and are primarily working with freshman students at the high school. Mr. Santoni's AP environmental science students are working with the Coastside Land Trust to introduce virtual lessons and to lead an activity project that elementary students are receiving. Adult volunteer Scott Weinberger continues his work leading a group of students focused on bringing attention to the harmful habit of vaping by guiding dedicated students known as Vape Escape to raise awareness on this critical issue. El Granada Elementary School had a very successful staff car parade on Friday over October 30th. Over 35 cars joined the parade to connect with the students, and a big thank you to the Sheriff Department that provided help in navigating Highway 1. Many families were out to wave and greet the staff as they drove through high school neighborhoods. Through school neighborhoods. El Granada continued to sponsor Spirit Fridays for the community. This Friday is Fall Leaves Day. Draw, print, or chalk some fall leaves. Decorate your windows, driveway, or sidewalk. How many can you find as you walk through the neighborhood with your family? Students are working hard on their remote studies throughout the grades. They're happy to welcome back students last week in Mrs. Owens' class. Students were excited to be back on campus, able to see friends and connect with their teachers. And they're looking forward to the day when they can welcome all the students back on campus. Farallon Elementary School, the month of October was a busy one for students at Farallon. October 14th was Picture Day. Students arrived according to the schedule, maintained physical distance of 6 feet, and wore their masks until it was time to say cheese for the camera. And they will be having picture retakes December 9th for students who couldn't make it. October 30th, students wore fun, creative Halloween costumes to pick up a goodie bag with materials for crafts and activities related to Halloween and the Day of the Dead. Several teachers also dressed up and danced to Halloween songs 6 feet apart. Prior to that day, several students learned about the historic purposes and value of masks in different parts of the world. Last week, they had another distribution of school materials. Each Farallon student received a math manipulative kit and a science experiment kit, among with other materials. And then some of the science experiments they participated in this year include studying, creating simple machines with levers and pulleys, circuits that conduct electricity, and much more. And after a unit on Julia Butterfly's Hill conservation efforts, students were able to take home 1-year-old coastal redwood trees, and they are creating their very own Farallon forest on the coast side. Hatch Elementary School, the students have been working hard on their synchronous and asynchronous work using many learning tools and applications like Mystery Science, Cleaver, Seesaw, Google Classroom, etc. Students are building strong skills across subject matter and with the use of technology. So thank you to all the Hatch teachers and staff for their wonderful effort and dedication. Last week, they had their school mascot Hatchie join for the Halloween celebration. Students came to the school to pick up learning materials, a themed goodie bag, and got to see Hatchie. It was a wonderful way to have fun and to show their school spirit. Photos of students were gathered to create a digital Halloween parade. Thank you to PTO and Blue Team for helping make this event a success. Hatch is hosting 2 learning pods on campus to support At Promise elementary students from across the district. One pod will have students K through 2, and the other pods will have students in grades 3 through 5. They're implementing many safety protocols following the 4 pillars to support students in the learning pods, and the pods will begin this week. And then starting Thursday, November 16th, Hatch will have the online book fair running until December 4th. Families may purchase books and will be distributed before the start of winter break. Thank you to all Hatch families for their continued support. And that's it from my side.
Thank you, Caroline. Dr. McPetridge.
I want to start by saying that I heard every comment, and I'm sorry for the pain that people are feeling now. I have compassion and empathy for what I'm hearing. And it's a tough position to be in and to hear this, knowing as I do that this is impacting our employees, impacting our families, impacting us, impacting the board, and it's a bunch of different things. I heard Jenny Scarpacci talk about the trauma that is faced and the need to consult with teachers. And I recognize the trauma that students, teachers, families are feeling at this time because of COVID. And I totally understand the issues that people are having because of the budget and the fact that we haven't been able to come to agreement on a raise yet. Mr. Rutniewski, I'm always happy to hear from you as a critical friend. If you want to talk to our staff, we will address those issues. It's important, and I invite you to speak with us and reach out to us so that we can address that. And I say that with sincerity. As a critical friend, I think that's important that you help us get better. To Heidi Mills about the press release, we've had this discussion before. I do think that I have some responsibility to present what is happening in the district. And I understand that sometimes when I do so, that rubs people wrong. I tried to make it as factual and neutral as possible, but I can see the impression it gave. To Ms. Valentine, I agree with you that it is painful to see our teachers and our CSEA staff and our unrepresented staff without a contract for this long. And I do recognize that we are paid lower than the average in the county, and we want to be able to address that as soon as we can. To Ms. Foster, I agree with you that we need to consult and do more work to be ready for COVID. We do need to prioritize the health of all our employees and all our families and our staff. And we still believe health and safety are at the forefront. When we were visiting classes, I know Dr. Bhatti and I today for our pods on different campuses and seeing that start up, we were looking for those 4 pillars being followed. And for Ms. Calhoun, I get it, impressions matter. And even if things were budgeted and done last year and how that feels, I hear you. I don't disagree with that. I do think of teachers as essential. And I do think that we will make movement in fact-finding to find an agreement. And that was the point of the press release, to say that we plan on bargaining in good faith and looking toward that. To Mr. Olson, I agree with you. Climate and morale is in a bad way. And I do think there's a disconnect. When I saw you on campus today, when I was meeting with Mr. Nazar, and when I see you up on campus, I do want to speak to you. I encourage you to reach out to me. I'm sorry that we are disconnected in this time. I did hear a parent talk about enrollment now compared to the beginning of the year. I actually have data on that. In the beginning of the year, since the beginning of the year, we have lost 9 elementary students, 6 Cunha intermediate school students, and 9 high school students for a total of 24 students. And I had staff look at that, and 18 left the area, moved out of the area, and 6 have gone to homeschool or have enrolled in private schools. To Claudia Lundstreth, I agree with you. The press release again, and the idea of a cost of living adjustment, we want to make good on that. And I look forward. I got your email on Monday. We do want to consult with CUTA ongoing and have invited that negotiation and look forward to that. To Brendan Roth, I have such respect for you and all you've done this year as athletic director at the high school, and all the work we've done to try to get athletic facilities open and training, and knowing how important that is to kids to stay connected. And I'm sorry that you feel disrespected. And I apologize for that, and we will continue to work. I know you and I have worked a lot with legal counsel, with county counsel to get kids on campus, and I hope we can continue working together. I heard Christina speak about a cost of living adjustment increase. I heard Misty Veloso talking about digging deeper in the budget. And I do want to just tell Misty, we have over 20 people on our budget advisory committee. Mr. Contreras has been meeting with that group and will continue to meet with that group and to comb the budget. And that is what we're doing right now. To Carrie DeMartini, I've heard this before from you, that you found the press release off-putting and felt like it was not right for me to do, but I do have some duty and do think we need to share those facts. I try to do it neutrally, objectively. I'm sorry if you felt that it was not the case. And we do intend on working and are ongoing working with our site administrators to set up classrooms ongoing. And we need the teachers' help, and we need classified staff to work to do that. I heard Ms. Raher and about retaining teachers. It is the issue. The compensation for our employees is the issue for us. Last year at this time, I want to remind everybody that we were receiving letters like this from the County Office of Education saying that we were a lack of going concern and that we could be taken over by the state. And I've heard people say that that wasn't real, but that's the letters we receive. And those are the graphs we get. And I can't deny that truth either. There are many truths in the world. We did get a letter that has all that red ink on it talking about the deficit that we're going to see in 3 years. And I have heard from the teachers union in particular that these numbers change, and these numbers do change. And we will get another first interim report in December that will account for what we have learned since October when the county said we still would make more cuts. So I'm looking forward to us to go to fact finding with new data. And I am hopeful, very optimistic that this will change, but I don't want people to forget that there are many truths in the world. Last year we were in trauma because we had to make cuts to be able to keep the wolves from the door and stay open. And that has gone on. And then in June, it was 1.2 million. In August, it was 800,000 deficit in the third year. We're hoping that this will improve as the district continues to go back to basic aid. To the pickleball players in the community, I do not discount you. Dorothy Bauman, you and I spoke this week. Mr. Diggs, William Diggs, you and I spoke this week. And as you know, I've been working with Half Moon Bay Park and Rec to have them be able to assume the liability and do signups for pickleball. And I think it's important. And we have been able to work with the Hockey League, Mavericks, the Tennis Association, the Park and Rec, Boys and Girls Club to open up our facilities for people for exercise. We will continue to do that. And just this week, I did get County Council approving our pickleball regulations. And we look forward to partnering with Half Moon Bay, City of Half Moon Bay, Park and Rec, so that they can open this up for us because we cannot assume the liability. We don't have the staffing for it. So we think that we have a solution to that soon. To my colleague, Mr. Reardon, thank you for your facts. I don't want to refute all your facts. I want to accept your facts. It is true we have a large reserve currently. It is also true that we've shown over and over again that in 3 years that reserve is depleted. This may change. The budget is changing. And so I'm looking forward to when it does and sitting down and fact finding with CUTA that if it changes, then hopefully we are looking for an agreement. We are not looking to continue having the bad morale and having teachers and other staff, not unrepresented CSEA, not get what they need. It is the case that a parcel tax was passed, but it was a replacement parcel tax that provided no more money, and it is going mostly to salaries currently. We know healthcare costs are going up. And that's sort of out of our control. We are seeking input, and I spoke to you and your colleague Claudia Lundstruth about this a month ago, and Claudia reached out to me on Monday, and we invite you to sit down. We want to hear from you. We do want to deal with these safety precautions. We were on campus today seeing those taking part. And for our CSEA members who are running those learning pods, for our at-promise students, I want to thank them, and for our CUTA members who have come with special day classes for students who are differently abled. We thank them for doing that. We do look forward to meeting at the table, Sean. We do want to honor the intent of the parcel tax, but we also do want to make sure that we have a budget that in 3 years we can show the county that we meet our reserve, because frankly, as I've said many times before, the county is looking for us currently, as of this October 15th letter, to make budget reductions. If this changes in December, we will sit down and we will talk about trying to find an agreement and bringing that money. I said a year ago, I think Michelle Dragoni in Coastside Buzz reported it. We do want to make this right. It has been painful. But I also want to remind people that we went through a fiscal crisis last year. Then COVID happened. It threw us back in a fiscal crisis. I'm hoping that as we slip into basic aid, as these budget numbers change, that we will be able to provide to our employees, all our employees, increased compensation. I'm looking forward to that. I'm optimistic about it. I'm hopeful for it. We want to make good on that. We haven't been able to yet. We haven't been able to find agreement yet. We look forward to doing so. And I'm sorry that we haven't until this time. And to Mr. Lind, Stig Lynn, it's probably no question that Stig and I see each other very regularly in district office. And so he and I often talk about this. He is on the Budget Advisory Committee. He does understand the problems that we've faced. I thank him for the work, and I do agree that we need to come together. I hope we can be united about sharing facts, knowing that there's not two sides, that this is about us coming to an agreement about the facts that we face. I was so hopeful today seeing students on campus. I went to Farallon View. I went to El Granada. I went to Hatch. I went to Cunha. I went to Half Moon Bay High School. We didn't go to Kings Mountain because they don't have a pod, being a small school there. We are very committed to working with those employees and those families and those students so that we make sure people are following the 4 pillars and staying safe. I know that we've had to have employees here quarantine. I know agencies around us have had to quarantine and close programs. The health and safety is a very big concern for us, and we will continue to work on that. And I know from having spoken to superintendents in other high school districts this morning, many people are having the same challenge. So we will continue to work on it. I hope we can continue to work on it together. That's basically it. I'm sorry things are at this moment. I'm hoping we will get through them. I hope people can hold on knowing that the budget is always changing. But to date, we have not been able to show that we will make our 3% reserve, even if we have the reserve we have now. I am hoping that we will be able to show that we can make our 3% reserve in the future, and that we will be able to finally find an agreement with CUTA and be able to also do that with CSEA and also be able to do that for unrepresented employees. Those are the issues that have come up in public comment tonight, and I think those are the troubles that we face, and those are going to be our priorities. But I do think once we can square the budget and make that whole again, and once we can resolve these bargaining issues, and once we can continue to focus on working together to make sure kids and families and the staff are safe during this time of the pandemic, I'm hoping we can continue to look at academic improvement, a focus on equity, and operational sustainability and financial sustainability going forward. I do think things will get better. I'm sorry they're not better now. And that's basically my report.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge. Next on the agenda is item 4, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Before you vote on the consent agenda, may I, as a point of privilege, point out one thing that's changed?
Sure.
Just so you know, on the consent agenda was the Ruby Bridges Walk and Roll to School Day. Many people who understand Ruby Bridges was a freedom fighter as a young child, helping integrate schools. As an African-American, years and years ago, I actually had the opportunity to meet her 4 or 5 years ago because a school in my former district was named after Ruby Bridges. Typically, this proclamation is so that it's if it falls on a weekend, that it falls on the Tuesday before. We've been informed that the County Office of Education has said that Ruby Bridges Day will be November 18. So I just want to point that out for the board and the public as you are recognizing this freedom fighter and the civil rights champion and icon. And it's difficult because kids are really not walking and rolling to school right now, but we do honor Ruby Bridges and the symbol she was for civil rights and school integration.
Thank you. So with that edit, changing the date from November 10 to November 18 for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, we can now vote. Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Aye for me. Caroline?
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. Next on our agenda is the Demographer's Enrollment Study Report.
Good evening, members of the board. We bring to you a demographer study. Tom Williams has been with us and helping us make some sense of what the distribution of our students and the trends in the different areas of our school district in an effort to find some causes and effects of how those changes occur. So our demographer report is going to be has looked at statistical data, and it's looking into helping us figure out what the trends are in 3 years, in 5 years. So with that, Tom Williams is going to be walking us through that demographer's report that we will be using to inform our actions moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. I'm going to start by saying that the pandemic's impacts have been incredibly negative on enrollments in every district I'm working with. Your district, as you'll see in the data I'm about to present, actually did a little bit better in kindergarten than everybody else for that matter. But nonetheless, the issue is how much did the losses in enrollment that occurred this year because of the pandemic translate into continuing losses in the future. I don't see any evidence that many of the kids that have left and have moved away are going to move back. I think kids that have gone to homeschooling probably will come back, but nonetheless, we're in a different era now than we were even 9 months ago. I have some districts like Cupertino that lost over 1,000 kids in the last year. So it's a much bleaker situation than it was a year ago. And with that unfortunate note, I'll start the presentation. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, I'm going to close this window. I'm not going to read all of this. The folks of you that have the screen printout of this at home can read it. I'm just going to read the red text that you see there near the top, which is that the projected October 2023 grade level totals are at around 1,100 elementary students and fewer than 600 middle school and 1,000 high school students. The reason I'm choosing October 2023 is because that's when I think the elementary enrollment total is essentially going to stabilize. It's going to drop to that level and then hold there. So as that text continues to say in red, further decline is projected for the 2 secondary grade levels from 2023 to 2025, but the elementary total could stay in the 1,100 vicinity during those years. We'll make one addition right now, which is that whenever there's been an economic recession before, I've been doing these forecasts since 1985, and whether it was the peace dividend in 1989 or the dot-com boom going to the dot-com collapse in 2000 or the recession in 2008, in every single case when something like this happened, bursts in the following 2 years went way down. So I think we're going to find out the burst went way down in 2001 and 2002, which means as we get beyond 2025, you will start having an even lower elementary enrollment than 1,100 if you haven't already. Now I'll go to the blue text in the middle, item 2. With forecast issues that include which grade-to-grade advancement rates will occur in the future and what the kindergarten enrollments will be, there is an unusually large potential range of deviation in the projections to 2025. The elementary level could probably be anywhere between 1030 and 1160. And as I just said, there's going to be further decline likely after that. I think the more likely number is the lower end of that range, the upper end of that range, but I want to admit it could be anywhere in that range. So what does this mean by attendance areas at the elementary level? And that's what the third bullet focuses on. The combined core sections of the Fairlawn View and El Granada attendance areas, which excludes their outlying sections of Moon Ridge, Highway 92, and South Main Street parts, have 535 current district enrolled students and a projected total of 520 3 years from now. That figure could rise moderately if an affordable housing development is completed in Moss Beach, but it's not going to rise by much, maybe 20 or 30 kids. I'm excluding the outlying sections from those totals because your new policy of allowing students from the Moon Ridge, Highway 92, and South Main Street parts to attend Hatch instead should soon result in most of those students attending Hatch. In fact, we're already seeing that in the data. So there are 607 current CUSD students in the combined Hatch, Moon Ridge, Highway 92, and South Main Street area, with a forecast of 573 in 3 years and lower totals thereafter. So when you think about that, we're talking about 550 or less for the combined Fairlawn View and El Granada. By the time we get out 3-4 years, we're getting close to 550 for Hatch as well. Even with the Kings Mountain area included, which has only got currently about 16 resident students, the rest are coming from outside the attendance area, you're still talking less than 600 for the combined Hatch and Kings Mountain, and probably less than 550 for the combined Fairlawn View and El Granada, which has implications for how you use your facilities optimally. Next slide, please, Rosie. Now, the next few slides are going to be very data heavy. I'm not going to talk about all the data in this slide because I'm going to put everybody to sleep, but I want to comment on what's happened to your enrollment in the last 5 years or last 4 years. The top row of this table is your enrollment in the fall of 2016. I've highlighted in green the classes that were relatively large. By that, I mean what was the size of those classes when they reached 9th grade. Highlighted in brown are the next largest classes. The mid-sized classes are in pink, and the smaller classes are in red, and the very smallest classes are in purple. You'll notice in the fall of 2016, we had no purple classes. We only had 3 red classes in the lowest grades, and we had a bubble, the green classes, in grades 5, 6, 7. It's because of that bubble, those larger classes, grades 5, 6, 7, graduating upward, that the high school enrollment has grown in the last 4 years. Not by a lot, but by a little. But those 3 classes are now already in the high school grades. There's no more of that bubble still to come. Instead, as we go forward in the future, you're going to have those large classes in green graduating out of the high school, and that's going to cause the high school numbers to come down. Similarly, as those red-colored classes graduate into Cunha, and then from that into the high school, we're going to have further decline at those grade levels as well. At the elementary level, by contrast, we already have 4 grades that are in the purple colors. So as we expand from 4 grades to 6 grades in the purple colors, we really don't have that much more significant decline. As a result, when you get down below where you see the orange and the peach-colored numbers, you're seeing that I've got a projected decline for next year by 70 kids overall, occurring in all 3 grade levels. As we get out 3 years, you'll see it's more so in the secondary grades. It's only a decline by 51 at the elementary level and nearly 100 at each of the middle and high school levels. It becomes even more pronounced when we get out 5 years. And then again, there's the maximum potential ranges at the bottom. I hope that makes sense to everybody, why, even though we had more decline recently at the elementary level, we're going to have more decline at the secondary level going forward. Next slide, please, Rosie. Now, when I do my analyses, I do all my work based on where your kids live, not the schools they happen to attend. By where they live, I call that the resident numbers. This is where they live, which attendance area they live in, regardless of what school they attend. Now, Fairlawn View, for example, has this core area in this Moon Ridge area. It currently has 212 kids in the core area and 78 kids in the Moon Ridge area. You'll note that a net of 89 of those kids attend other district schools. Effectively, the Moon Ridge area is no longer going to Fairlawn View and net. Similarly, for El Granada, the core area is 323 kids, and the Highway 92 and South Main Street areas have about 136 kids, but the net attending adjustment going out to other schools, mainly Hatch, is minus 121 kids. So for both Fairlawn View and El Granada going forward, I really think what I call the core area is the relevant numbers for those schools. And although the numbers don't come down a lot, if you look off to the right, I see the core area for Fairlawn View only losing 3 kids in net to 2023, and the El Granada core area only losing 12 kids in net to 2023. The result in total, again, is only 520 students. For 2 schools, that's a very small combined number in most districts. Hatch has a larger number because it picks up effectively those Moon Ridge, Highway 92 and South Main Street areas, and that's why it has a net gain of 172 kids. You'll see Kings Mountain really only has 16 kids from within its attendance area, and it picks up 41 from outside of it. Bottom line is I'm not projecting big changes at any of the elementary levels, but even going down a little bit means you're going to have even smaller numbers at Fairlawn View and El Granada in particular, and Hatch too, depending on how inter-district policy evolves. Next slide, please, Rosie. I'm not going to go into big detail on this table because of all the data I'm presenting, but I just want to point out that of the districts I've got data for so far in San Mateo County, which show on this screen, plus Sequoia on the next screen, and then a bunch of districts in Santa Clara County, everybody except Milpitas had a significant decline in the last year, and in everybody except Milpitas, that decline was greater in the last year than it was in the previous year. For example, your district, the total enrollment from 2018 to 2019, I'm looking at the top right corner, went down by only 4%, 0.4% from 2018 to 2019, and went down by 6.8% this year. And much of that was actually in the high school grades and all the grades but kindergarten. Your TK and K numbers actually went up, and that's unique. If you look down at Portola Valley, Menlo Park, and San Mateo, they all lost around 15% or 10% in their TK to K numbers this year. So you're hanging on in kindergarten was actually the one good sign I found in your data. It told me that you weren't losing your youngest kids faster than your older kids, which would have a more negative impact going down the road. Next slide, please, Rosie. And then again, if you look at the total for the districts I have data for in San Mateo County, they went down by 8.7% in TK plus K, whereas you went up by 4%, 6% in the difference in the trend from a year earlier. But nonetheless, your district losing 6.3% overall was more significant than just about everybody else. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, again, I analyze your data based on where your kids live, including the housing types are coming out of, the price ranges, et cetera. Not because I care whether a kid is rich or poor, because I get a better understanding of where the student data is changing, and from that, I can evaluate its likelihood to continue. In your district's case, I'm going to focus on just the K2 numbers for a moment. You notice what I call the relatively most affordable and affordable housing units lost 47 kids in net from 2017 to 2020 in K2. That's essentially a fifth of the kids. That's a significant loss in a 3-year period in K2. What I call your relatively moderate value lost 57 during that 3-year period. And what I call the relatively high value actually gained kids in K2 during that time. So different neighborhoods are going different ways in your youngest student population. Your relatively high value homes, actually the enrollment has been holding up better at the lower end than it has been in the other housing types. And this factors into why I'm projecting different losses by different attendance areas. Next slide, please, Rosie. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's a very complicated thing. It's just when I talk about how kids graduate through the grades in net, normally you see a small amount of loss or a small amount of gain. If you look at the column, this is fall 2016 to fall 2019. When I talk about a 0.95 for relatively most affordable and affordable, I'm saying that for every 100 kids in first grade 1 year, there would be 95 kids in 8th grade 7 years later if the rates during that period, fall 2016 to fall 2019, continued. In other words, you only lost 5%. The relatively moderate value, you gained 4%. In the relatively high value, you gained 17%. Look what happened in the last year by contrast. It dropped to 0.66 in the relatively most affordable, 0.54 in the relatively moderate value. That means essentially half the kids be lost if these rates continued for 7 more years. Then the relatively high value dropped to 0.8. That's how extreme what happened in the last year was. I don't think that will continue, but I also don't think you can return completely to the rates from fall 2016 to 2019. And that's why the numbers got more negative, especially in the secondary grades. Next slide, please, Rosie. This is a very complex table. I'm just going to focus on the most data-loaded column, which is the bursts by year. I should say by year. It's been prorated to correlate to what shows up in kindergartens 5 years later between adjacent years. So, for example, 2003 takes 1 month from 2002, which is the December month that qualifies for the burst for kindergarten 5 years later. And the point is that in that orange column, you'll see the upper numbers are all in the 300s. From 2003 to 2009, the average was 320. Since 2009, the average from 2010 to 2018, the average has only been 245. Essentially, a fourth of the kids are gone in bursts. And for the current, the bursts correlating to the current kindergartners, that's that row in blue. It says 2015 bursts and early October 2020 kindergartners. The total number of bursts from 2015 was 234. You note down below, for the next 3 years, the total numbers go up a little bit to 246 and 260, but in the most recent year that we have data for by zip code, it drops to 232. So while I don't think the kindergarten numbers are going to go down much any further, it might even come up a little bit in the next 3 years, we're still talking nowhere near the numbers you were getting relative to births from 2003 to 2009 or even 2010. You're going to continue to have much lower kindergarten numbers than you did until a few years ago, and that's going to continue to keep the numbers down. Next slide, please, Rosie. And now we can exit and we can go back to taking questions. Any questions? I know
Thank you so much. I want to take, do we answer questions first or should I take our public comments? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the next topic. Sorry. Questions, please.
Do we want a motion to approve first?
Sure, that's a really good idea. Do I have a motion to approve?
Actually, is this not an information item? I do not believe.
I'm sorry, you're right. This is information. So no, Sophia, we don't need a motion.
Okay, so nothing to approve. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I have a comment and a question then in that case. Thank you. This is so incredibly informative to actually be working with like real data to quantitatively forecast what we're looking at in the future. And there are a lot of things that I think about in terms of how this is impactful to our planning. This is probably more a question for Jesus actually, as well as the district is planning ahead on many different fronts, financial, facilities and such. Can you kind of describe, Jesus, a little bit what kind of like, how do we use this information now moving forward?
So this information will definitely, number one, will let us know what kind of staffing we will be needing as we move forward, and definitely also what facilities we will be needing to house the educational needs of our students. So as we move forward and do our planning and get our master plan, facilities master plan shaping up, then this is very, very valuable data. And this is data that we can look to plan, as opposed to in the other type of data where we said, we already lost these kids. This data will tell us, okay, we're looking in 3 years to be here and in 5 years. So it's very valuable data for planning.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for that, because I think that is such an essential role that we play here on the board and is that you all play as district leaders, is that planning ahead. Because when we talk about struggles financially, for example, or effective use of our bond dollars, that's a lot of trust that we have from our community to be able to have those revenues to spend wisely. And to be able to plan ahead makes that financial management so much more robust. So I appreciate the investment that we're making in this. And I know the amount of time and the knowledge, and Tom, that you have, that you bring to us, like you rattle off these numbers, like they're just like at the top of your mind, and I'm tracking and I'm following, like, wow, he's got this. Like to be able to plan with this degree of robustness, for lack of a better term, I think is really essential for us, you know, as we move forward and kind of shift to this way of managing things that you're helping us do, and Sean, you're helping us do, is incredibly greatly appreciated. And I'm glad that we have Tom on board to help us with that as well.
I have one question. I realize that this, you know, we see that declining trend. Do you see it then, like in out years, just stabilizing or continuing to go down?
Well, again,
or does it just go through cycles for this whole Bay Area to come back up 20 years from now?
In every recession I've dealt with before, bursts went way down. and significantly so. For the first time in the 35 years I've been doing this, we just had an economic boom and the births went down too. And I think it was because people couldn't afford to live here and have kids anymore, unfortunately. So we have a crazy situation where the cost of living caused a lot of people with families to move elsewhere. And now we have a recession where people can't afford to have kids, at least some of them. And so it's going to be a double hit. And I think we will find out when the birth data comes out for 2021, which we won't have for another 2 to 3 years now, the numbers are probably off 15 to 20%. And that's your kindergarten in 2026. And it'll be in your elementary grades for another 5 years after that. So I think it's a pretty safe statement that you're going to be below 1,100 and potentially below 1,000 when you get out to 2026. In terms of coming back, that used to happen 50 years ago, 30 years ago. They used to talk about booms and busts and the baby boom and the baby boom echo and all that. All I can tell you is in the last decade or so, the birth numbers and the kindergarten numbers in a lot of districts have become scary. And again, I have some districts like Cupertino that's lost over 3,000 kids in the last 4 years, including 1,000 kids this year alone. And that's a highly acclaimed district. I got Evergreen that lost 700 kids in the last year. I just can go right down the list. You folks lost quite a bit for a district of your size. And I think unless we build a lot more housing, which I doubt is going to happen in Half Moon Bay or Montara or Moss Beach, or we make housing an awful lot more affordable, which I don't think is going to happen, I don't see the numbers ever coming back up to where we were 10 years ago.
Thank you. I think this is really helpful for our planning and is going to help us ask better questions in terms of how we manage a sustainable district. So this has been very informative. Any other questions?
I want to add one thing, which I mentioned last spring's meeting, which is I've dealt with a lot of districts that deal with facilities. And what I hear more often than not from districts that are trying to optimize the economic use of their facilities is a lot of districts target their elementaries to between 500 and 600 students each, because they find that to be the most economical way to run a school. I've had a few that go more like 625. That's about as high as they go. Actually, I had one that went to 750, but that was an outlier. You're one of the few districts I know of that is, Fairlawn View is currently going to have less than 200 kids in a very short time frame, and that's a much smaller operating elementary than almost any of my client districts do.
Thank you for that insight. That's really helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and we appreciate your expertise in giving us this report. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night, y'all.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the update on opening of schools, modified phase 2 and phase 3.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Hines, Vice President Cortez, members of the board, colleagues, and community. So today we just have a quick update. It is just an update, informational, no decision today. And we want to, Rosie, is the presentation up? Maybe I don't see it.
Not yet.
Okay, so let me wait. But I'll go ahead and while she puts that up, basically today we just want to provide the governing board and our community with an update on the current shift on our San Mateo County COVID risk levels and some of the conversations and input that were received from our opening of school steering committee. We want to provide an update on our modified phase 2, give you kind of an overview of what our plans are for phase 3. And also just summarize some next steps that will be occurring within the month of November and December. And Rosie, do you mind? Oh, there she is. Okay, great.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Oh, no, No worries. So now I'm on slide 3, the San Mateo County COVID-19 risk levels. Thank you. And so on this slide, as you can see, and we discussed this, there are 4 COVID risk levels that every county is measured. And of course, it determines a risk level and the ability to open local businesses. And so currently, for the past 3 weeks, we have entered the orange moderate level. When we last presented to our governing board, we were at the red substantial risk level. And so, and as many of our community and people who shared comments today, and as we all know, we see that there is a fastly increasing COVID cases across the United States. And as of now, we are still in the orange moderate level. This may change. And I just wanted to review some of the data that we discussed at the previous board meeting, and also information that we discussed with our Opening of School Steering Committee team members. The survey data, both for parents and for staff, most of our staff and stakeholders were not comfortable returning in the red, in the substantial area. And so we're definitely keeping this in mind because, as you know, we have to be ready to switch gears and pivot. And as of now, most of our staff did say that they were comfortable in the survey. In the survey, our staff mentioned that if we're in the substantial level, about 40% of the staff did not feel comfortable returning. However, if PPE and appropriate protection and the application of the 4 pillars was implemented, and we were in the orange level of the moderate COVID risk, then more staff would feel comfortable and safer to enter. And for this reason, I definitely want to be clear with all of our community and our stakeholders is that the reason why we did not mobilize is that we were in the red level, and we knew that we would not be able to serve students if we have 40% of our staff who said that they are not comfortable returning and may possibly request a leave of absence. And again, as I mentioned, we have been in the orange moderate level for 3 weeks, and that's what mobilized our team, and our steering committee members felt that we were ready to begin our modified phase 2 in this orange level. And I also wanted to be clear that once we enter and we start a bubble group of students, the San Mateo County Office of Ed was very clear with us that even if we were to go all the way back to the purple level, we do not necessarily shut down. If we are open, we stay open regardless of the pendulum switching. And so I just wanted to let you know all hands were on deck, and we are currently safely serving students. And maybe we can go on to the next slides for Rosie. Okay. And so another thing that we wanted to clarify between last board meeting and today is that we learned through the process that operating bubble cohorts of students the way we presented our learning pods with, actually it's a range of 12 to 16 students in a pod, and or bubble classrooms such as our selected special day classes. We are allowed without the approval of a plan to begin those small cohorts. And that's actually what was recommended by our San Mateo County partners. And the recommendation is that we put all our effort in submitting a phase 3 plan, because that the input going back and from the county and from us, and the work that needs to happen at the sites may take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. And so although the modified phase 2 plan did not need approval from San Mateo County, they did review and they said that we did have all of the PPE, all of the 4 pillars very clear, and that's hence we're opening our learning pods. And as Dr. McFetrich mentioned, we walked all of the campuses 2 weeks ago. We started actually 3 weeks ago, and we made sure all departments made sure, and our administrators, that the 4 pillars were implemented, that all desks were measured, so with a socially distanced marker. clear entry and egress into the classroom was marked. And as we have already mentioned, we have successfully opened a soft open of our some of our special day classes last week on November 5th. And today, I'm just very excited that we marked our first day of opening our small learning pods. And so please know that we will continue to meet with our opening of school steering committee. And our next meeting is scheduled actually next week. And that's where we are going to review in detail what the county shared with us and what we need to plan for our phase 3 and our return to school in mid-January. At this time, I definitely want to share first I wanted to acknowledge all of our custodians, our learning pod staff that were mainly our noon duty staff, some of our campus supervisors, custodians, community liaisons, health tech aides, Susan Vanna, our district nurse, Martha Ladd, all our district staff, our amazing site administrators that we found out that some arrived as early as 5:45 a.m. in the morning. Also a special shout out to Hatch, who served a full 100% enrolled 2 pods of approximately 20 students split into 2. Mr. Purcell, Ms. Jaramillo, Ms. Kathy Gray, were just roll up your, everyone was all hands on deck. And I just want to end this part. I wanted to share the quote that a young first grader student told me in Spanish, that it was the happiest day of her life to be back on campus. So wanted to share that. And then the next slide, 5, Rosie. So again, as I mentioned, today is information only, and this has been part of the input and recommendation from our opening of school steering committee, is to begin our hybrid learning model only if we enter this moderate COVID-19 positive cases. And again, this marks our 3rd week of being in the moderate orange level, as well as comparable Half Moon Bay cases. And our goal is right now tentatively to begin no earlier than January 21st. And why January 21st, which this date is still tentative, because as we realize, the previous start date that we shared with our board and our community was the 19th, I apologize. So the 19th was Martin Luther King Day. So we pushed the 19th to the 20th, but then the 20th is our Super Tuesday, and then Wednesday we have no instruction. So right now we're looking at approximately January 21, but some of our, we are meeting with our task force teams, and our elementary task force also brought to our attention that if we open midweek, then we have an inequitable balance of instructional minutes. And so we may, this date is still in discussion. So we'll continue to seek for input from all our task force groups, and then come back. Our goal is to come back to our governing board in December after obtaining input from our site task force, our individual site task force, and in determining what the start date. But right now it's looking at approximately January. And of course, in that report, we will have a lot more details into the phasing in process, because as I mentioned before, the recommendation from San Mateo County is that we start very slowly with 1 or 2 grade levels at a time and opening every 2 to 3 weeks. And so, of course, we would start with the youngest groups, but more of that will come later when we present to our governing board in December. Slide 6. Thank you. And so here are just some of our next steps in this process for entering our phase 3, because keeping in mind that phase 2 did not need county approval. It falls under the guidelines of a bubble cohort. And we are following the 4 pillars. Everything has been marked for entry egress. And the next steps then would be to focus our efforts in having detailed entry egress maps for phase 3. We will need the county to approve the plan for in-person instruction for phase 3. Our goal for the month of November and the beginning of December is to continue to work with our opening of schools task force groups at specific sites led by our site principals, into looking at, again, mentioned the maps. The county wants us to be very clear on where students are being dropped off and being picked up, how the staggered schedule is working to ensure that there's minimal contact between groups, the definition of an isolation space in case there is a child that may have some symptoms, to make sure that that child is in a space that will not infect staff or students. And again, schedule that phasing in of grades entering in-person instruction, where we basically cannot have all of the schools start at the same time. We would need to have anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes to allow for parents to drop off so that we don't create a large number of people entering the campus at once. And at this point, we also wanted to share just an overview of some of the work that we're doing around multi-tiered systems of support. And Martha Ladd is doing an amazing job with the team and the principals. And at this time, I'll hand the mic to her.
Thank you, Leticia. Next slide, Rosie. So as we've entered this environment of distance learning and a lot of our instructional platforms and programs and everything really we do around instruction has changed, so has our interventions and supports for students. And so what we did was we took a look at all of our educational supports that we have in in-person learning, and we looked at what does that mean for us in distance learning. And then we created a document which is linked on the next page that has tiered responses and a number of categories for our students. So for instance, social emotional learning, behavior, academics, and also there's a section for our positive behavior intervention and supports. We developed this pathways document to be used by our COST and Cougar Talk teams, our SST, our student study teams, and our 504 teams, so that they can develop a comprehensive and reflective plan for helping students who may be struggling or who may need additional support during the distance learning. So it's all geared towards how to help students in this new environment. At previous meetings, we've discussed the strength of a robust and tiered system of support, that all the tiers are working in concert with each other and aren't separate. And as you'll be able to see in this document, it really will guide our teams of administrators and teachers and other staff members to balance and develop a plan among the three tiers instead of within one tier or another. The document will also serve to function. It allows our teams and our schools to assess the structures that are in place and determine their effectiveness. So we can assess our tier one instruction and make changes to it. We can assess our tier one mental health supports and see if they're actually in place. We can assess whether or not our PBIS pieces, tier one, tier two, tier three are actually in place, because it provides a guide for that, reflecting on distance learning. But it also allows us teams to create an action plan to support individual students or to interrupt negative trends that we see in our data. Because it gives guides of things that you can do. If you see this happening, you can try to do these things.
Ms. Ladd, did you want page 8 shown?
You could, sure, next slide. If Rosie, can you link that? Can you click on the link for that?
I'm not sure if you can see what I opened. Maybe I need to stop the other, the PowerPoint and then show this. You want me to show the other?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Just give me a second.
So when we went to press with this, it was still in draft form, but now it's a lot more completed. So one thing I wanted to point out is that, for instance, in the tiers situation, we have home visits. When we're in person, we make home visits to our families for different reasons. And here what we did was we defined what are different types of home visits that you make. So for instance, in a tier one home visit is an acknowledgement piece where you would go and you may bring kids schoolwear, or you may put signs on their yard that, hey, yay, you're a Cunha Cub, or you might go and help out with some technology piece, or you might go and visit and bring a favorite book of the child. So the tier 1 is more of that PBIS connection, caring piece. And the tier 2 home visit is more of an assessment place. A student may not be attending as often as they should. They may not be handing in as many assignments as they can. And so we go in the tier 2 and we look at creating a plan for teachers and students to work with that family to help the child be able to engage more. A tier 3 home visit is a referral form to our schooling services team, who will go out and do an assessment and determine what parts of the plan are working, what parts of the plan are not working. Do we need to involve more community resources to help the family? So as you can see, a child would still be able to receive tier 1 supports, acknowledgements, and other kinds of support, while we're also doing something more robust in a tier 3 piece. Are there any questions about this document? Thank you very much.
Helpful overview. Thanks.
And so that's that's just a quick summary of some of the progress with our opening of schools. We just wanted to let you know that we continue to try to serve, or we will continue to always serve students in the multi-tiered system of supports, whether they are in hybrid, remote, or in person, and definitely while we transition to that. And does the governing board have any questions for us?
Thank you. Before we take questions, let's bring up the public comments and then open the floor for questions. First is Tina Lorenko, who I believe would like to read her comment herself. Tina? Hi, Tina, we can't hear you yet.
Do you see her comment?
Her chat says, I have no idea why I can't speak.
Something's wrong. It doesn't look like she's muted.
No.
Tina, do I have your permission to read it? Do you want to answer in the chat? You're not muted from what we can see.
She says, I'm having an issue.
Kim, do you maybe want to go to the next comment and then maybe she'll have resolved it by then?
Sure. Tina, you can keep trying, and I'm going to read Mark's comment first, and then we'll come back. From Mark Medina, parent. I have several questions regarding the reopening of our schools. I understand the district plans to open up to some extent in January. I understand the district will be required to accomplish several required upgrades before this can happen. What items regarding facility upgrades have been completed as of now? Several adjacent districts who have been proactive and obviously much better informed during this pandemic have been successfully opening their district. Have you looked at the programs they have implanted successfully, and if so, what districts? My understanding is that the current delay in opening of our district is funding related. What grants or funding have the district applied for, and where is the district at in those processes? Many parents and teachers I have spoken with are frustrated. Most parents I have talked with have either pulled kids out of the district in the process of, or are in serious consideration of. The constant reminder of other districts opening and being successful and safe in doing so has many parents in questioning of our district's ability in providing our community with the education many other districts are able to provide. My last question is exactly why have our children been neglected by the district in providing equal provisions that other districts are able to provide? Why is our district again so far behind other districts in reopening of our schools? Why have our district not been as proactive as others in securing funding so the mandated facility upgrade could have been started? Why has the district not been in close contact with our community to secure potential volunteer labor and donations so that the upgrades could potentially be done sooner? Why are our teachers complaining that a lack of communication from the district has added much more confusion and complexity to these problems? I see a complete lack of concern and total disregard for the well-being of our children. Thank you for your time and hope that the district understands that the parents are and will be looking at the district's approach and will be reflected in how we choose our representatives in the future. Okay, Tina, do you want to try again? We still can't hear you, Tina. Tina, I'm going to go on and read your comment. And if I miss anything, you're welcome to type in the chat there, but I'll read it as you submitted. For the email you sent in the beginning of August, about 15 days before school was set to start, for parents to choose which learning style for their child, I would like to know how many responded, how many wanted hybrid, and out of all the teachers in the district, how many wanted to be back in the classroom. Also, it seems that Cabrillo received $1,781,693 in CARES Act funding. What has been done with this money? Do you think the district could have been better prepared to start hybrid when San Mateo County went to red 2 months ago? We all know September through November is optimal weather on the coast, and outside classes, along with safety protocols, the kids could have at least gone back for a couple of months. Saying this, there is potential to go back into January. Do you really think this is going to happen in the middle of cold and flu season? It is criminal the amount of learning loss these children have experienced from March 2020 through June 2020, and now August 2020 to November 2020. Not to mention the social emotional aspect these children are dealing with every day. Kids are zoomed out and they need real interactions. I want to say thank you to both Mark and Tina for their questions and their comments here. And as the board members ask their questions, Drs. McFetridge and Dr. Bhatia, perhaps you can help fill in the gaps to these questions too.
I certainly think Mr. Contreras can speak to some of the facilities issues and the use of CARES Act funding, and I can certainly speak to the comparison to other districts. Again, I was on a call today with San Mateo High School District, Sequoia High School District, Nancy McGee, Pescadero, La Honda. There are many districts that are having challenges with the logistics, particularly at the secondary levels. Middle school and intermediate school and high school levels are very challenging right now. And thus there is a big push for the elementary districts. And the elementary districts that opened up, and we presented this at the last meeting, was, Las Lomitas, Menlo Park, Hillsborough, and they were able to get plans approved. And it is partly because they are resourced higher, and it is partly because they have small elementary districts and more space than we do. I have been impressed by the work that has been happening from Mr. Contreras, from Dr. Bhatia, from custodians, from principals. And again, today when we were visiting, I think we are taking baby steps to opening, but we are waiting on a plan, and then did get feedback on a plan that we needed to address certain items to open. But many districts have not opened yet, and most districts are looking at a January date. So to Ms. Lorenko's comments, it is the case that many districts are struggling with this, and most districts are looking to a January start date. And a lot of that has to do with what we have to do to get plans approved, and the fact that we were in the red metric. And then, it also has to do with our local issues. The Opening School Steering Committee, which is comprised of parent leaders from every school site, from bargaining unit members, from teachers, classified, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These folks coming together made the decision about January. I'll just go on record. I mean, I would have loved to have seen it happen quicker, but I do believe in democratic process, and I did believe that the Opening School Steering Committee, led by Dr. Bhatia and Mr. Contreras, and these parent leaders and these teacher leaders did have a say in it. And so their recommendation was presented to the board in previous months, and they will continue to be consulted. We continue to consult with CUTA and CSEA in that way too. They are parts of the committee. We think that's important. And the survey did say that many families were concerned about coming back, and many employees were concerned with coming back. So I wish we could have moved faster. Most districts are having the same frustration, South San Francisco, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've talked to many who feel like there are numerous reasons why there's been a delay. And I have heard the concern. I was at a Fairlawn View PTO meeting, pastries with the principal last week, and heard from a parent there saying, you can't bring us back in January. It's the height of flu season. So to Ms. Lorenko's point, I hear that too. I think Mr. Medina's points are mostly about facilities issues. I would say Mr. Contreras could answer those.
So I just would like to clarify that for the members of the public, that it has not been the lack of funds that has stopped us from reopening our schools. It has been the bringing them into a safe environment in alignment with the San Mateo health orders, in alignment who are the authority. It is the San Mateo Health Office that has provided us with the guidelines, which along with the San Mateo County Office of Education, who have put together the framework that would allow us to bring our students back to our campuses in a safe manner. So I just want to clarify that. Regarding also the CARES dollars that we have received, we have spent and have been spending those dollars in making sure that we mitigate the learning loss. And that is the purpose of those dollars. And along with that, we have also used other funds to prepare all of our facilities to ensure that we are getting the plexiglass. We have procured all that we need to reopen our classrooms in a safe manner. And we are continuing to work with our leaders at each and every one of the sites, who are going to be inviting each and every one of our teachers to help us design what is it that they are going to be wanting, how is it that they would want to set up their classrooms following the 4 pillars. How is it that their classroom is going to be securing 6 feet apart for each one of their children? We do have the plexiglass ready to be deployed. We can have it at any given time, but we have to abide by all of these health provisions. So that is what has gone into a plan. That is what we have brought to the board in with guidelines from our health, San Mateo Health Office, Department of Health, and the San Mateo County Office of Education. So those are our steps, and we are, as Dr. Bathy and Dr. McPetrich were saying, we brought the first kids already last week and this week, and we are prepared to have all of the classrooms ready, and we are working with our principals to make sure that we reach to each and every one of our teachers and help us design how they do want their classrooms deployed using the four standards, the four pillars as the standard for safety.
When I visited Cunha today, I saw Ben Bartel, the assistant principal, and James Barnes, the principal, and they both had, tape measures. They're making sure that they are starting to mark off, knowing that we need to prepare for January. Plexiglass is ordered for every teacher desk. It's not just ordered, it's here, ready to be installed. But I do want to point out that, the principals, bless them, whether it's David Porcel or James Barnes or Claire Beltrami or Amy McVicker or John Nazar. I saw Andy Boysen put something out today. I know Deanna Tower's been working on this. I don't want to miss anybody. But I just want to say that they are consulting and asking teachers. And I do think that this is going to be something where we have to consult with teachers on an individual basis to help us to make sure that they know how we're going to be doing this. We've been taking the baby steps to bring the at-promise students back, which we've been cleared to do, which state law says we can do. And that's sort of like provides us opportunities to show teachers, hey, this is how it could be done. So we look forward to continue to consult with CUTA on that. We thank CSEA for helping us with that. We thank CSEA for staffing these pods because it is CSEA employees that are doing that as they're for the ones who have been difficulty engaging. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Leticia or Martha, about the work that you've been doing to try to get these pods up and running, the special day classes, et cetera.
You all summed it up very nicely. It's just definitely this, I think about the saying, it definitely has taken a village. It takes a village for us to serve our students, and everybody just rolled up their sleeves. And again, I just think about that little face looking at me today saying it's the happiest day of her life because she's in school. And so I'm just so happy with all of the, I happened to be at Hatch. I didn't see, I was there in the afternoon, but our teachers are amazing, just checking in with the kids. And it took a lot of work. We definitely, again, using the pyramid of intervention and MTSS model, we're targeting that top part of the pyramid, the students that have completely just not engaged. And they were engaged today. And we'll continue to support and make sure that we're checking in and doing progress checks. And I just want to thank everybody who has been involved, every single person. So thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you so much for all this hard work. Do we have questions?
I have several questions, but I just want to point of order, point out it's 9:45. Do we want to?
Sure. Do I have a motion to go past 10 o'clock?
I'm happy to make that motion.
I think we would have gotten through the conversation, but yeah. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. I got the questions too.
Yeah.
Aye, Sophia.
Yeah, and I do have several questions, and I appreciate the presentation, but
we have to vote, Sophia.
Aye. Oh, aye.
I heard Freya. Mary Beth.
Aye.
Lizette.
Aye.
Thank you, Caroline.
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. Go ahead, Sophia.
So thank you for the time. I know it is getting late, but I think this is an incredibly important topic. And so I do have several questions, and you might not have all the answers yet, and that's fine. Just let me know you're kind of thinking about it, working on it, consulting with the committees and such. My first question pertains to distance learning. Given we are in this place for quite some, moving forward for some time as well, and have been living it for a while. Can you give us a little bit of, kind of qualitatively speaking, your macro view of how things are going? How are we monitoring things like attendance and grades and feedback that we're getting? What's our sense of student engagement? And this is all relative. We know under the circumstances, it's not going to be amazing. It's stressful. It's not how we would design it necessarily if we had our druthers about it, but compared to other schools you're hearing, other districts you're hearing about, or the past years, how are things going, in that regard? And what are we, similarly, I guess the add-on question to that is, and I have more after this, but this is like what are we learning that could also be applicable in the future? So again, taking this as an opportunity to learn for a new normal.
I'm going to speak to this on a global level. We've seen in the news from San Diego to Sonoma, the concern about learning loss, but particularly in the high school, middle school grades, intermediate school grades, about the number of D's and F's. So there was an article about Sonoma County last week, I think, that was talking about the crisis they're seeing and the social emotional learning, the social emotional impacts and the grade impacts, partly because Sonoma, of course, has been, gone through some trauma with their high school students because of fire, COVID. We're hoping fire season is over now, and we know that that's caused some trauma here on the coast recently. We've had this discussion in particular with our principals, our school leaders, and they're talking with their teams. In particular, we spoke with John Nazar and his staff recently. I know he's been working with his counselors and his assistant principals and talking with his leadership team and his teachers, because of course grades are, coming out, and they are able to compare D's and F's this year to last year. I do think going forward, first of all, hopefully they will be, I trust them. Just like last year when I trusted them to come up with a different grading platform for that time, I do trust them to work this through. And I do know that there has been talk about the concerns they have. And I do know that Martha has provided John too, as have you, Ms. Lane, with some input about equitable grading and not using zeros and that type of thing. And these are some concerns. And I trust the high school practitioners, whether it's at Half Moon Bay High School or Pilarcitos or the intermediate school at Cunha. I trust those practitioners and have seen some forwards of emails about how those teacher leaders are addressing this and saying, okay, we have our grades now before the semester is over, how will we address that? It might be easier to have Dr. Bhatia or Ms. Ladd speak about that concern. I do think when you're talking and having these discussions, I think that discussion about grading going forward, whether you're not in pandemic or whether you're in pandemic or not, or remote learning, I think that will carry through, because it's not just D's and F's now. We should be thinking about equitable grading practices and concerns we have about students and whether or not they're actually able to show how they're performing and how we look at grading. But again, I trust and I respect educators' rights to be able to give grades. Education code provides that to them. They are the professionals that get to determine that. And as a collective, as a community of practice, the high school and the middle school, Pilarcitos is a very much smaller staff, so it's easier for them to calibrate. And because it's an alternative school, I think they've dealt with this in a different way also. But I do trust and respect the professionals at the high school, at Cunha Intermediate School to deal with this, and at the elementary schools. I think everybody is looking at the multi-tiered system of supports, and we've been steeping ourselves in that. And I think that will be something that will concentrate those efforts and reinforce those efforts going forward.
Yes, thank you. And so, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, our parents say so many positive things about the level of support they're receiving at the teacher level, at the office level, with our community liaisons, our office staff engaging when kids, the moment a child either disconnects from Zoom or doesn't show up to even a class, a section, at that point, somebody will call them that same day. And so when we have the qualitative data of DLAC, as well as conversations that we have with our local parents, when we ask what is working, that's what's working. Our CUSD educators are working, our staff at the site is working and reaching out. And what I have heard from our task force and other educators is that first, like let's say August, September, we were really, and even part of October, we're really focused on just getting kids to log in. And now we're really, I mean, there's always this a pyramid of intervention. So we're like, I think the percentage was around 95% or 97% of students being able to attend a Zoom. Because again, our amazing director of technology has helped us with making sure that we support students with devices, with Wi-Fi. And right now we're shifting to making sure that now our students are completing the assignments, and we are figuring out how, and Martha is doing such an amazing job with that document that she just presented, in making sure that we look at that pyramid. This is tier 1, everybody does this. Tier 2, then that's a different level of intervention. Tier 3 are learning pods. The top pyramid, the top piece of the pyramid, that's how we're trying to address the learning loss, because there is a very clear way of communication that if a student is either not turning in or logging in or not attending, that's when it gets brought up to the principal level, and the principal then does some work and determines what is the reason? Is it a tech reason, a Wi-Fi reason? Is it a social emotional reason? Does the child need counseling? And that's where the cost team and the training and all the amazing work Martha has been doing, that's where we go in there. And again, and Sean summarized the grading piece. Right now, we definitely, it's not unique to Cabrillo, it's across California. It's has been difficult for us to adjust to thinking that we have to teach an entire curriculum a full year, but then now we're only required to teach 240 minutes. So we're in that process in adjusting, and I think many things will carry. I think a great learning opportunity that occurred this year is our ability to be exposed to all of these different tech platforms, and how we can continue, even if we go back in school, I'm sure we will continue to, first of all, sift through all of the various tech applications, which ones worked better than others, and possibly integrate it as a supplemental program into various subject areas and grade levels.
That's great. Thank you. I had a couple more questions, but Freya, if you wanted to jump in, I don't know if somebody started speaking.
I do have questions. It's more about the return to school and the safety protocol. So if there are any more conversation on this, I'm happy to let that go and then ask it after. But if done with this section, then I'm happy to ask mine now. So
mine are probably a little bit in between, like a little bit in terms of like the logistics and the public health perspective too, because I think there's, and there should be a lot of concern because we're now entering winter season. The days are shorter. It's getting harder to be outside with friends, and it's colder, and it's holiday season, and I think we're starting to see an uptick, generally speaking, pretty raging across most of our country. From the latest update from Dr. Murrow early this week, my understanding is like we're seeing a little bit of an uptick here in San Mateo County, not as much as we are even in surrounding San Mateo County and other counties in the Bay Area. There's hints that a vaccine may be on the way. But I think the strong message I'm hearing from county leaders as well, and I think you've been iterating this too, is like this is not like a 6-week, 6-month thing. This is, we're looking at a potentially prolonged time. And I think that's the reason for my emphasis on kind of using this opportunity to figure out how we go to a next phase. One technical question is we've referred to Half Moon Bay rates. for COVID being comparable to orange. And I just wanted, just because there's a lot of sensitivity and a lot of very different perspectives on what's an acceptable level of risk. And to your point, Leticia, you mentioned earlier that like state rules are, if we open and we go back to red or even purple, we don't need to necessarily close. That's a decision we can make locally. I think that's important to know, unless of course you hit at the classroom, school, or district level 5% or more of your individuals are cases, then you don't have a choice. So I think that's important for people to know. And also, just to be clear, there is currently not an information to the level of the city or the zip code, and it's not anticipated that we'll have that. Are we expecting that that determination will be made in qualitative consultation with San Mateo County of Health at the point at which we're about to open? So let's say, for example, it's early January or mid-January, we're expecting to open, say, January 21st. We would consult with San Mateo County Health to just say anything we should know about our rates being generally different than San Mateo County. Are we generally comparable to the best of your qualitative ability to tell us that? I just want to be clear that, there'll probably not be a number on a website that we can look for as we can for the county.
Well, there is. I did find it in my research. They have a tier by city in San Mateo County, and it's 4 tiers, and it's super dark blue, like light blue, and I'm ready to present it, but there is a tier, and this is what the conversations that we want to bring to you, a recommendation, and this is actually part of the conversation that we'll have with the opening of school steering committee to discuss these local city tiers that they don't have the name of substantial or moderate, or they don't have that name, but they do have a percentage of COVID cases for every 10,000 cases.
I thought those were cumulative rates though, like for the whole pandemic. So we don't have to resolve it now, but just double check, because I know this page you're talking about, it's the by city, but that my understanding is from looking at it, that's a cumulative rate. So that's not going to say anything about the past 2 weeks, which is the type of data that the tiering system is.
Yes.
And I think it's fine if we get a qualitative consult from CIMMIT, from public health. I think that's fine. They'll be able to tell us directionally, and that's all we really want to know. But just as you're planning ahead, it's probably just something to look at.
And also, if we keep track of those tables, we can determine if it's cumulative, how much the increase is going up. If we're checking them.
If we're tracking, this is kind of a pain and annoying thing to have to do. If they could, I mean, and they're the professionals, like they're better positioned to be able to tell us that. But it's like you'd have to like remember to check it like every day or every week. And that data is not as complete as their other data. So it's better to get it from the county. I mean, and I raise that just because I know we hear even tonight the gamut of concerns. Go back to school 2 months ago. Don't go back to school forever. Like have such different opinions that we need to be able to bring together in a data-driven kind of way. I think that's important. And it's also important to know, like, this is probably going to be a prolonged situation. We may or may not get to a point where we have no cases. And the philosophy I hear from a lot of leadership, which I believe too, is our goal is not to have no cases. Like we might, but our goal is to conduct school in a way that we're not causing spread. And the encouraging thing is that so far schools that have opened, and we've seen this ourselves with Los Listos, like we'll have cases come up. And other schools, the districts that have started to open in San Mateo County, I heard just this afternoon, they're not experiencing spread. They have cases come up because it's in our communities. And I think that's the hard thing we're going to need to be prepared for as well. And it's difficult. And that's why you don't want to enter back into school when that's happening a lot, because you're going to have to quarantine like everybody. But at some point when the levels are manageable, we're going to have to be able to live with that and expect that and manage it. So that's tricky. My other questions are more just kind of looking forward towards next steps, less safety protocol wise, so I can just knock these out of the way too. And to just say it, like how appreciative I am of the efforts that are underway to bring small groups. I know we've had home visits with counselors coming. I know, our high school started some athletic training as well as Mr. Roth has been doing, and Sean alluded to earlier. I think that's an important outlet too, while we get our, and I should say PTOs and other, there've been other activities around Halloween treats and, things like that. And I think as much as we can all kind of chip in and help maintain those connections in a safe way, that would be fantastic. And just I've like Abby Foster, I have a million questions about how we're preparing ahead. But I'm guessing or assuming, or I guess asking then, are we going to have another discussion in December with a more detailed plan for returning to phase 3? Is that the plan? Like you have a meeting or two coming up for opening schools committee? Are the task forces also still meeting? That's my kind of corollary question to that. So what's next planning wise?
So planning wise is we have next week our opening school steering committee, and we will probably schedule now weekly. We slowed down, but now remember from I believe it was April through the summer, or maybe it was May through the summer, we were meeting once a week. So I think now we're at that point where I'll be asking the steering committee, and hopefully the group will be available, and we'll find a time that works for everyone to meet once a week. Task force are now, or we asked our principals to re-engage the task force. Some of them have continued to meet. Elementary, for example, led by our amazing principal, David Porcel, was meeting every week since they didn't stop. I think we barely took a break just recently, but now we're going to Jigsaw. Now their task force, these leaders will be in partnership with the principal and go to their school site to lead the work, to begin to start measuring desks in a classroom, define the entry egress, define where we need to mark. Jesus has done an amazing job with working with our MOT and determining and implementing the 4 pillars, and also a schedule of what time of the day or what time in the morning will certain grade levels begin. And so that is the goal. That is the goal for us to begin planning as if we remain in the orange level. Mm-hmm. And keeping in mind that, again, looking at the survey data, our staff, half of our staff was, I think it was 55% of our staff was comfortable returning in the red. About 45% said no, they're not comfortable. And of those, about maybe 35% said they would explore a leave of absence, which then that's still the work that needs to be done, right? We'll be working with our Department of Pupil Services and Personnel to now, and our principals to let us know which are the parents that no matter what, if there's no vaccine, will not return, and who are those specific staff, even though they have let us know via a survey. We need to now plan as if we are going to open on that third week of January. And I think our goal is to present to submit a plan to San Mateo County Office of Ed in December and show you that plan that may not yet be approved. And as soon as the county approves it, bring it to you. And our goal would be to have that plan approved by when we return, first week of January, if not sooner.
I just want to say too, I mean, once we get a plan approved, that will be, the proof's going to be in the pudding. I mean, I just don't want to discount the fact that, the survey has shown that a lot of employees, understandably so, would be very concerned about their safety and health. And, when you talk about closing for a smoke day or a power outage, and sometimes, in the past, we've talked about that, where you just say, there's no way we can open because our employees won't come because they have to take care of their families at home because of smoke or power outage or what have you, then you have a human capital issue. If you can't get staff, you can't open. If staff are accustomed to being at home and aren't comfortable, and if many decided that they are not comfortable coming back, particularly at the middle, intermediate, or high school levels, it becomes really problematic. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to deal with, is staff comfort. I understand the issue. We don't want anybody getting sick. It's kept me up at night, and I have to answer emails during the weekend when we have other agencies that we partner with and they have to close or quarantine, or we've had that happen here in district office several times.
Thank you. And that's, oh, sorry.
And then the other thing, I just want to sort of remember this. Mr. Modena, when he was speaking, was asking about volunteers. The problem with getting volunteers, of course, is we can't have volunteers on campus. So that's a problem for us. We're not going to be able to have families or volunteers on campus to be able to help us do the work, which is so counter to the spirit of Cabrillo and the coast side, where we've relied on volunteers in the past. Now we aren't allowed to have them. And I'm so grateful to the agencies that we've been able to, partner with, Boys and Girls Club, et cetera, to sort of like open for athletics or the pods or, et cetera. But at the end of the day, we've had to have agencies be able to sign on to be able to create their own protocols that then I take to county council and county council approves. And it's the issue that you heard about pickleball. It's like we want to open for pickleball, but you have to have an agency that will take over the liability, that will make sure the protocols are at work. It is very complicated for all these people to make this happen, and we are slowly getting this to happen and bring students back in that way. But I wish that we could just say to volunteers, hey, help us come set this up. We can't have you on campus.
And that's really helpful, Sean, as you're starting to kind of compile that list of key contingencies. It might be helpful as we come back in December with more like a fully fledged plan, both for our understanding here and for the public communication understanding of our decisions, to understand, like, because I feel like this mid to late January date is more solid than, like, previously we kind of set dates of like no earlier than, and we really meant likely not to happen until much later, versus this is like a more solid date of like, we're really shooting for this, but it does have contingencies of where are we, San Mateo County and Half Moon Bay, as far as the blueprint for the economy thing, like, are we still orange? Another key contingency, which you pointed out, which is a good, important one too, is the staffing. I would potentially add a third one, which is further COVID relief funding, because we know the CARES Act funding, the 1.7 million that Ms. Lorenko referred to earlier, that runs out, needs to be spent as of now, currently needs to be spent by December 31st. As of January 1st, we have no more money for COVID learning loss, masks, plexiglass, whatever. Either that date gets extended and we can bleed some of that out, which I don't think would be ideal, or Congress shells out another couple $1 million for us to carry us through the rest of the year. That's probably a third contingency we should keep in mind too. And anything else you think of, just keep us posted on that as we make these decisions and communicate them with our community. I think that's really helpful.
Freya, can I get your comments?
Yeah, and thank you, Leticia, Jesus, and Martha, for your hard work on all of this. And I really appreciate it. And I guess my questions or comments are a little bit more less towards what's going to happen in December and January. I do think there's a lot that we need to look at, the contingencies that Sophia is talking about, changing circumstances, and even the criteria, I understand, from the county keeps changing. It just changed last week, right, in terms of what we're required to do or not. So I understand that and appreciate that we'll get to see that in December. I was a little bit concerned that at the last board meeting, when we talked about bringing back small pods, which I completely understand the need for them and our tiered support and the need to have those bubble cohorts. At the time, we needed a waiver. And I was under the understanding that the plan was going to be brought back to the board before those pods were actually on campus. And that didn't happen. And I think that we really missed an opportunity there to gain some trust and goodwill in our community and amongst our teachers. And frankly, I feel even with the board in terms of, we're talking about a huge commitment of trust in bringing back a hybrid model. And if we didn't, I just don't feel like we started in the right way without having this plan really clearly and properly vetted before bringing back kids last week and this week. I just wanted to express that because I thought I was pretty clear in my comments from the last board meeting that I thought it was important that the board, as the oversight committee for this whole district responsibility for these students and their health, and our staff and their health, that we get to see this plan before the kids got brought back, and that didn't happen. And I understand that it changed, that because we went into orange level, we no longer needed the waiver and we were allowed to bring these cohorts in. But I just feel like we lost an opportunity to gain our teachers and our staff's input on these things. And I frankly looked at the document. I have a ton of questions about how it's working now. I understand that you guys have been there and that Jesus has been working on the 4 pillars, but I also just have questions about the actual logistics of it. And I feel like we missed an opportunity in talking about that beforehand. And again, I understand, I don't want to take away any kids, the joy that the first grader felt today, the need for some kids to have that space. I just want to make sure that we're really balancing it with that oversight of health and safety, as a board and as a community, and consulting with our unions and our teachers union. I just feel like we missed some opportunity there, and I wanted to kind of.
And so I'm sorry, because I was under the impression that, as our steering committee had mentioned, that we were okay to go forward with phase 2, the modified and the small groups. That's what I heard. And we come back and bring the phase 3 plan because we could have, we were able to see small groups. And so it was maybe my misunderstanding, but I was under the impression that we continue to meet and bring in phase 3, but phase 2, we didn't want to stop the train from going because students are drowning. They're still drowning. I mean, we have over 30 kids on wait lists because we're unable to staff the learning pods. And we figured it's a soft start. We are following all of the 4 rules. At least the learning pods, they're actually not being staffed by any union members. All learning pods are being staffed by non-union, non-represented. And so that's the reason why we moved forward, because this is not a negotiated issue, because it doesn't involve any union
I have some
staff.
questions. We talked about the filtration systems. Has that all been implemented and done? So we've had testing on every single classroom that these kids are in right now?
Mr. Contreras is working on that. Of course, you approved a contract for that, but we've also got air scrubbers in classrooms. So we have air scrubbers in classrooms also as HEPA filters.
We have air scrubbers in each and every one of the pods, and which is basically one of the options that we have as we come in January. I'm working on procuring the air scrubbers for each and every one of the classrooms.
So we have some already in the classrooms that currently have students in them. Do we have plexiglass installed in those classrooms?
We have, I'm sorry? Yeah, we have air scrubbers.
So do we have plexiglass installed in those classrooms?
We do have in each and every one of those.
Okay. And then I was a little bit confused about the bathroom use. They had 1 bathroom identified, but how does that work when you have 2 pods at the same school, like is happening at Hatch right now?
They have 2 bathrooms at Hatch, 2 bathroom sets.
Okay, 2 separate, because that wasn't clear from the plan that was presented.
There are 2 separate bathrooms at Hatch.
Okay, and then there was a reference to a cleaning schedule, and there was actually no cleaning schedule. Has there been a cleaning schedule worked out for the time period when the pods are there?
Yes, we do have cleaning schedules, and we do have our staff today. That was the first day going every after every single child has been in that, and that staff that has come in has come to do the disinfecting, which means the getting all the surfaces that are most often touched disinfected, and then our regular custodial staff is doing the regular cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing.
And is that happening in the classrooms during the day as well, or just after the day at the classroom?
After the day at the classroom.
So the kids are in there for, I don't know, how long are the kids in the classrooms for? Is 4 hours, was it?
3 to 4 hours, depending on their schedule.
Okay, so there's no sanitizing done in that 3 or 4 hour period.
Each and every one of the classrooms is equipped with what we called the welcoming stations, which is where there's the gloves and the wipes and all of the different things that they would be needing, and gel. And so all of that is available in each and every one of the classrooms, along with the plexiglass. So what those classrooms look like is how our classrooms might look like when we come back in January. So we have those they look like that.
There's protocols for entering and exiting the classroom with respect to hand washing. And then there's protocols for entering and exiting the bathroom with respect to wiping down high use areas. And the teachers and paraprofessionals are trained in the use of it. And part of the soft opening today allowed a good portion of hands-on training. And then some of the teachers said that one teacher said that he didn't want plexiglass, and another teacher said she wanted 2 plexiglasses. So she has 2, he has none. So if there's a report that there's none in a classroom, it's because the teacher declined it.
Okay, and then I had some questions about, I thought the pods at the same time on the campus, were we going to phase those in? I thought I read something.
As long as we have 2 drop-off spaces, then it is fine. So we have actually, because at Cunha, we did not have enough students. We had 7 out of the potential 24 students show up, and we're still calling. And again, it's also the parents' decision to allow the student to come. Some parents are saying no, they don't want the child. They've set up a routine. They'd prefer to have the child continue with the routine at home, others not. But at Hatch, we have 2 pods, and we have 2 separate pickup and drop-off locations.
Okay. And then there was reference to, we'll have a district contact person for contact tracing and all of that. Who is our district contact person? Because I haven't, is that Jesus?
Susan Vanna.
Okay, the head nurse. And then each site will have a contact person, and who is that? Because that also wasn't in
the principal is the principal is the first contact. Those are called, we're calling, learning pod site supervisor.
Okay.
I will say that we talked about this in the principals meeting, leadership meeting last week also, basically just to go over with our district nurse, the protocols about reporting. This is done throughout the district when we've had contacts or contact tracing or cases identified and then contacts to cases. Then there are many phone calls that are made back and forth with the Department of Public Health. Eventually it gets reported to me, and then eventually I report it to the Emergency Operations Center, usually through Nancy McGee at the County Office of Education. And everybody gets a first time. One of our campuses had this at the beginning of the year. One of our departments had this at the beginning of the year. And so you do contact tracing. It's based on the Department of Public Health standards. Gets determined, and then we have to sometimes tell people they'll have to quarantine.
So I had a question about the contact tracing. I understand that we would do the contact tracing for the site, right? So if the person was in a pod and they got it or they were a contact, then you would do the contact tracing to the other folks. What about, is there any more community contact tracing? Does the county do that? Is there, or do we actually do some of that? Like, if we know this kid has a sibling that's in Los Listos, do we then do that as well? Or do we rely on them to do that?
No, it's both. And I mean, so if you would have Susan, Martha, you could speak to this probably better than I could, but because Susan works with you most closely, but Susan is doing a lot of these calls.
And we have partnerships with HEAL, Los Listos, and CCP, and we're in close contact with them. So to look at, we have a Dolphin Club, actually, that's opened up at El Granada. And so we work very closely with them when their site supervisor makes a report it's a way of mapping out relationships and making phone calls and talking to people. And then as people fall in certain categories on the map, then it talks about what kinds of quarantining needs to happen within those groups and who needs to quarantine for how long and who doesn't need to quarantine at all, and whether or not a program needs to be closed.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's great. I'm glad that it goes further out into the community. I think that that's a really important part of this, just for protecting. And so then I also had a question which I brought up before. I know that there is 1 day of testing on the coast, but I also know that, say, if you got an exposure on Tuesday, you wouldn't necessarily have access to that testing until the following Monday. So has there been any, we talked at the time about whether Curative could perhaps provide some to students who needed it. Has there been any further exploration? And do we at this point know, because I know that it also at times the county testing program over the summer was 7 to 10 days for results. I don't know where it is now. Are we able to get that information so that we know that if someone gets it and we say, hey, you have to go get tested, that we then we have that information from the county?
So of course, Curative is also running on your consent agenda tonight. You approved the contract. I wanted to make sure that you brought it, we brought it to you. But Curative is also running the testing center here in town at Half Moon Bay, which is the coastside station. And I believe they're running more than just 1 day. I think I saw something from the city of Half Moon Bay today. I think they're running more days.
1 day for a while. So more than 1 day is great. I know that it was just 1 day for a while.
It's currently 1 day, but I had a similar question that maybe we can propose to them to ramp it up as things kind of ramp up, because I think a second day would be helpful. I have 2 people that recently got COVID tested that I know of. One got tested from Curative, and that Monday got the results 2 days later. And another friend got tested through Kaiser on Tuesday and got the results earlier today. So I think the turnaround times, and that's consistent with what I've been hearing on the calls with elected officials. They're now every 2 weeks. Hearing from county management is those times have reduced a lot, and that's what's also made me feel very encouraged at okay, the testing is flowing. And if you look at our test positivity rate across the county, it's plummeted down to 1 point something%, which is phenomenal. So that's a huge, big thanks to county. And it's a lot through the county trying to get our testing rates up so we can get our positivity rates down. So that's a big help. But I do think it's a good point that I was thinking as well as maybe something we reach out to the city to see if it's possible to get a second day, like a Thursday, because you can get tested through your healthcare practitioner, but there is a copay to that when you go into your doctor, and this is a free thing.
You can't. I've called. I had to get tested about a month ago, unless it's changed.
It may depend. It may depend, because I've had different.
I know 2 doctors that happen, but it can't. So,
but point being, it's not the same as having a free publicized thing that anyone could just walk in and feel even if they're not really symptomatic, they might not want to go to the doctor for it. It's just a casual thing. Just go in on a Thursday, drop by, see what's happening at the skate park, and get tested. We want it super easy. I think it's a good point to raise with the city to see if maybe we can get a second day added.
If I could interject for a moment, we got a message from Tina that her audio is working, and she would like to add to her comment. Tina?
Myself. Hi. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. Okay. Well, it sounds like there was a glitch, and my comment was already read. I don't know. Was it already read? Okay.
Yes.
I did have a little bit more to add to that, but it would almost be like rereading my comment again in a way. But I can save that for the next meeting. I'll do it in December. It's okay. I mean, it's just kind of reiterating, and I don't know what your guys' comments were. So it's kind of, I don't know what to do here.
Okay. Well, why don't we defer your comments till December? I think we've covered a lot of ground and actually answered your questions in this session. And so you can even go back and listen to this section, and feel free.
Will this be up on the website so I can hear it? I can review it? Okay, cool. So I'll do that, and then I'll come in December with more questions.
And I would also encourage you, Ms. Lorenko, if you have questions and want to talk to staff, you can reach out to us and talk to us. I know that I've seen some posts you've done on social media, and if you have questions or any questions, we're always happy to talk to you.
Yeah, okay, well, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna read my comment, reread it. There is some stuff that I added, especially with the teacher's comment. So can you hold on just one moment? I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry about that. Hey. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay, so basically, I apologize for a little bit of the redundancy, but I did add to it. Anyhow, so for the email that was sent out to parents at the beginning of August, about 15 days before school was set to start, regarding which learning style we wanted for our child, I would like to know how many wanted hybrid out of all the teachers in the district, how many wanted to be back in the classroom. Also, other than the initial email that was sent out, were phone calls and letters sent out to parents that didn't respond. It seems that Cabrillo received, it's actually 1.9 million in the CARES Act money. And I just wanted to know if that's correct. And then if so, has the money gone and did you prioritize it correctly? And it sounds like it expires on December 31st. Is that true too? That's just from what I got from speaking with you guys, or from you guys talking. Let's see here. Do you think the district could have been better prepared to start phase 2 when San Mateo County went to red in September? Let's see, that was already talked about. I don't know. I mean, just for me, I feel like there was a missed opportunity to give children a sense of normalcy, at least the first 2 months, like September, October, November, right? Let's see. Not all children. And basically, you've been given the funding necessary from the state and federally to keep all kids and teachers safe and get them back on campus. I really do feel like you guys have failed our children. You have failed the teachers and you have failed the parents. The learning loss and social emotional of these children really sits on all of you guys, and it sits on the reopening committee and the superintendent. Lastly, I'm very disappointed in the way our hardworking teachers are being treated. The district has a 12% reserve and the state only requires a 3% reserve. The district having over $4 million in the reserve when it only costs the district $450,000 for a 3% raise for these teachers. You guys should truly be ashamed of yourselves. These teachers deserve so much more than what they're asking for. Do you really want to lose quality tenured teachers, especially teachers that live locally and are invested in our community? You will for sure lose these teachers. When my child was at El Granada School, he had 3 principals and 2 green teachers. And that quality of education has affected him immensely. The lack of experience from the teachers and principals hired. It is shameful if you're willing to sacrifice these teachers' livelihoods, the love for our community and children for a 3% raise that would cost the district $450,000 out of a $4 million reserve. Now, mind you, I thought that I was going to be put in the open forum, so that is why the teacher part came in here. I didn't realize that I was going to be towards the end. So,
and that was because of when you filled out the form, you put in what your comment is in relation to. So
right, and so now I know for the future that I should just put it in the open forum.
Okay, thank you so much, Tina.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're not in the habit of answering, public comments during presentations. I do think we answered a lot of these questions along the way. And I do want to say at the beginning, back to that point, again, we have unfortunately been in the case that we've been unable to make a case to the County Office of Education that we could afford to resolve our disagreement with the teachers representatives, and we've gone to mediation. We're at impasse on that. We look forward to fact finding. We look forward to change in budget ahead. We look forward to finding an agreement. But the truth of the matter is, again, I get these love letters from the County Office of Education showing that in 3 years, we are millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars in the hole, and it's stymied us. So I just want to, this is not what this presentation is on, but I just want to point that out. We look forward to working ahead to resolve that. And then we look forward to continue to work with our principals, with our administrators, with our teachers to make sure that we are using the CARES dollars for the safety and health. And just back to that final point, do we feel like we could have brought kids back earlier? You know, we had a no sooner than date in October just to give people some solidity, and then we revisited that. And I just think a lot of districts, the majority of districts in the county, and quite frankly, in the state, are struggling with this also. So I look forward to a time when we can get past blame shifting and working together as a group, as a team to try to do this. We know there's improvements to be made. And on behalf of the district, I apologize if we haven't been able to meet the expectations in that regard.
Thank you, Sean. I think and thank you for everyone who's presented on back to school and the conversation on testing. I think we're in good stead, and we've got our eyes on what's in front of us, and we're going to be flexible with the health and welfare of our students and teachers at the forefront of our decision making. So thank you. Next on the agenda is adoption of supplemental curriculum. Is this Leticia?
That is me.
Thank you.
And so I just want to say that I'm just honored to work alongside our amazing Cabrillo Unified School District educators across the district, where they're always teaching with equity in mind and making sure that they are utilizing any opportunity to bring in culturally relevant and inclusive literature into their classrooms, all the way from TK to adult school. I've had various conversations and emails from staff sharing such amazing, rich literature that is reflective of the community around us. And so last year, I want to say that we also have approved a culturally relevant novel for our Latin students. And I most recently, and I know better that the X in Spanish or in certain Maya or Aztec dialect, the X, you say it with an S. So it's not Latinx, it's Latins with an S. So I just wanted to share that. So I'll start using that because I always try to do my best to pronounce a word as best I can correctly. So for our Latin students, we also, so today we're here again, and I'm honored that Claudia Lundstroth and the ELA-ELD team at the high school has brought to us for approval for Retablos by Octavio Solis. And again, thank you for our educators for going above and beyond and making sure that we're diversifying the literature to make it culturally relevant. This would be a novel for 9th grade students. And right now, the fiscal impact would be approximately $2,500, and the purchase would be made with some of our restrictive categorical funding, since it will be supporting our EL students and making sure we diversify our libraries. And tonight, we are recommending to the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board to approve this supplemental curriculum, Retablos by Octavio Solis, to diversify and begin to further diversify our high school novels with more inclusive and reflective books for our student population.
I just want to give credit where credit's due. I heard Dr. Bhatia talk about Claudia Lundstrath, and I do appreciate her interest in particular in presenting literature to her students that is culturally relevant, that is rigorous. And I do want to say too, last year we had this with the Canasta book, Tequila Worm at Cunha. I think it is great that we are having our educators identify literature that is culturally relevant, particularly considering we have 52%, whether you're going to call it Latino, Latinx, Latins, I would say Chicano, a lot of them are Mexican, Mexican-American, Hispanic, depending on how they want to refer to themselves. And there's a lot of controversy on that, right? So I just want to say the more and more books we can get at freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, senior year, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. And I had a discussion with Fairlawn View parents this week and last week about some literature that really is no longer culturally relevant that we need to sort of stop instructing and using. This is a good thing for us. This is focus on equity. I look forward to us to having curriculum that is up to date, that is rigorous, that is standards based, and that is culturally relevant going forward. And thanks to Claudia Lundstrath. And I look forward also to our social studies folks at the high school starting to look at how to implement and create ethnic studies while the state continues to waffle on this and not make it a requirement. I talked to John Nazar and the assistant principals there, and I'm hoping the social studies teachers will turn cultural geography more into ethnic studies, but that is up to them. And I want to leave that to our educators and professionals there. But thanks, Claudia, and thanks to our English language arts teachers who were involved with this at the high school. And we recommend approval, of course.
Do I have a motion to approve this curriculum before we go to questions?
So moved.
Thank you, Lizette. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Freya. And now I open the floor for comments or questions. I'm seeing thumbs ups and smiles, so thank you so much. We'll take the vote now. Aye. Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. Next on our agenda is an information item, update on CUSD's early learning program.
Hello, everyone. And so, Rosie, thanks for getting that PowerPoint up. So today we just wanted to provide you some great news and also our overview of our current early learning program, as well as our vision for expansion and inclusion of our program here at Cabrillo Unified School District. And so for today's agenda, and Rosie, that's the next slide, we're just going to spend a little time on our overall goals in early learning, an overview of the current early childhood education programs at Cabrillo Unified School District. We want to share this great news of our IEEP grant and expansion. This is work that Dr. Holly Wade began with Rosalba Segura last year, as well as give you an overview of how this grant will support us with early learning facilities. And then the next slide, Rosie. So we have 3 early learning goals. One is to ensure that we prepare students to be proficient readers by 3rd grade, and this is directly aligned to our Big Lift program goals. We continue and are so fortunate to continue to receive the support of not only our Big Lift program, as well as CEF that continue to support this first goal of early learning and literacy, proficient and literacy for our students. The second goal is tied directly with our MTSS work, is to initiate a full inclusion model to continue to improve and grow our academic and social emotional outcomes for our students. And lastly, is to provide dual language early learning opportunities for the seamless integration into our dual immersion pathway. And if you go to the next slide, Rosie, these are our three major early learning programs. First and foremost is our Los Listos program. It's our state preschool / migrant education preschool. We serve 2 cohorts of 15 students in each cohort. And our second major program is our Big Lift program. And we have presented this program to our governing board. I believe we come every year to give you a status update of our summer programs and as well as our literacy programs throughout the year. So our Big Lift program encompasses 3 major prongs. One is our summer school kinder through 3rd grade summer readiness program. Unfortunately, this year, because of COVID, we had to downsize in the amount of services because we were only able to serve, because of capacity, serve remotely. But we did serve about 100 students through a summer bridge book, as well as a teacher that would connect with the student throughout the week to make sure that the child was on target. The Big Lift also includes professional development and will also support with supplemental services professional development for our current existing preschool, general education preschool, or Los Listos. And also super important is the acknowledgement of a special day class preschool, which currently serves 2 cohorts of approximately 8 students in each cohort, as well as in the summer extended school year services. And the next slide, Rosie. And so this is the great news we wanted to share. Our Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, IEEP. And first of all, we wanted to just remind everybody of what full inclusion is. It's when all students, regardless of any of the challenges that they may have, are placed in age-appropriate general education classes to receive high-quality instruction, intervention supports that enable them to meet success in the core curriculum. This grant is close to $1 million. It's about $900,000 that we'll receive over the course of the next about 3.5 years. It will allow us to merge our existing special day preschool program with our Los Listos program to ensure that we create an inclusive preschool environment for our students. The grant also includes funding for assistive technology and equipment, both in the class and out in the playground. And so we will be looking at building an inclusive playground with assistive equipment that can support students that have students with disabilities, as well as general education students. The next slide, Rosie. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a 4-year grant. It is close to $1 million of funding for inclusive preschool over the course between now and June 30th of 2024. And again, my hat's off to Dr. Wade and Rosalba Segura, who were instrumental in writing this grant. It is a consortium grant, so we're not the only district that applied. There are approximately 6 other districts that are in the consortium with San Mateo County Office of Education. And the goal, again, is to increase services to support the expansion of early learning inclusive programs, increase services via inclusive facilities, emphasize a collaboration between school district and early programs, special education, community learning programs, and families. And this continues to be our goal within our Big Lift umbrella. And making sure that our students with disabilities, and including our children with severe disabilities, have a greater rate of an enrollment in an inclusive classroom. And the next slide, Rosie. So right now, what the team is thinking, the implementation team, is to utilize the older kinder portables, K1 through K6 in the back of Hatch, and utilize that as a preschool center. And the proposal, and Jesus, I'm sorry, Jesus, am I reading your slide? Look at me.
Okay, so I just wanted to let the board know that our goal is to house this incredible preschool initiative at portables in the back of Hatch. And we will be bringing to the board a proposal to purchase those portables and to use some of our bond dollars and braid those dollars with that with money coming from the grant, so that we can provide our preschoolers with a house with all those goals that they have. And I just was sharing with most of my life I had administration, and in the classroom it was in high schools, and I had the fortune of opening the first transitional kindergarten classrooms, and that made me a convert of preschool and all of those services that we need to provide to our students. So my whole heart is like, can we do this? Can we do this? Let us get this. That is where we need to really, I thought I was gonna save the world in my high school classrooms. I was wrong. It is down here that we save the world. So anyway, that is a proposal that we're gonna be bringing to the board to help us get an opportunity and good start to our preschoolers that are going to be coming to our kindergartens. Anyway.
Thank you. And I failed to mention something really important in the previous slide, on slide 6. So thank you, Jesus, for talking about the facilities, is that with these fundings, we are looking into including a coordinator to look at the expansion and grow the program, as well as complete the integration. And this will also mean a stipend position. So it will mean a conversion of the current supervisor for early learning position to a coordinator position, plus a preschool supervisor position to support the preschool. And so one of those, the coordinator position, you'll hear more about it with Jason Owens in a little bit later on today's meeting. The preschool supervisor position is a stipended position that is, it's not a union position. It's a not represented group. And so that's just going to be a stipend for now. But I want to let you know that these are some of the items that we'll be using when we begin to implement the IEEP grant. And thanks for that, Rosie. And then we can now go to slide 8. And slide 8 is going to give you kind of an overview of what the Early Learning Center is. And we are going to be engaging, and thank you, Dr. McFetrich, for pointing out the board policy 7310 facilities. We at Cabrillo do have a facilities naming board policy, and we'll go ahead and engage in this to name that early childhood location. And so here you're going to see that our goal is 4 classrooms. We currently have the preschool Los Listos classroom that's existing. And then we have the preschool classroom, that's our special day classroom at El Granada, that's existing. The third preschool classroom, classroom C, our goal is to split classroom A into classroom C so that we're able to start doing the inclusive teaching in the classroom with the 1-to-1A or the specialist to support us with this inclusive classroom. And again, when I started as a dual immersion teacher, so to me, this is very close to my heart, is a preschool classroom for dual immersion, either half day or full day. Our goal is to have a full day. And this would be a combination of state funding as well as parents who are able to fully pay the amount to participate in this classroom. And the great news about this class is that it will continue to support and feed into the Hatch Elementary dual immersion program. And lastly, are there any questions that the board has in regards to our early program overview?
I just had a clarification. Well, and also I want to congratulate you on getting us almost $1 million grant. So that's amazing. So I'm super excited about this. And I just wanted, Jesus, really for you, just to clarify that when we talk about the option of buying the portables, which I think is next month, that will we be given the same kind of information that we were given when we looked at purchasing the ones at Cunha? I mean, will we be given what it's costing us to rent them versus buying all that?
Yes, I will be bringing to the board what is it that it would cost us to purchase them, and if we were to move them, how much that cost would be. So I'll be providing you with that information.
Yeah, and I mean, I know getting rid of them is a huge cost as well. So, okay.
Yes, I'll be bringing that information to the board.
Okay.
I had a quick question about the grant itself. So first of all, also, this is awesome. This is awesome. I mean, to have that investment being made through an outside source in early learning just alleviates the pressure on our elementary schools and, you know, kind of cascades up to middle school and high school, and really is a big piece of what we're doing for our students in terms of equity and supporting our kids, not only by socioeconomic class, but by neurodiversity as well here. So that's, I mean, just amazing, and immersion and everything. It's awesome. Questions about the grant itself, just a little bit, like little logistics. So that full 900,000 something, like that's our portion of the consortium? Wow, that's like headline news. I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. And where is it coming from? Like the state? But grant?
The state had a request for applications. Gosh, I think Holly started this in January.
Yeah.
And I came in at the tail end, and Holly and Rosalba Segura were the ones leading the writing, and I'm definitely not, and the county. Let me give some credit to our wonderful county, because they're the consortium that was supporting this amazing grant. And then COVID happened. We were supposed to find out that we received the funding, I think it was in March.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kept on postponing. And we found out, I think it was last 3 to 4 weeks.
Wow, it's amazing.
That the state was holding on to the money because they didn't know if, for various reasons, but we're really happy. And we're really happy to join, to have the support of the county. They'll support us with the implementation and the professional development. And I mean, so we're looking at about 225-ish or 230, depending every, because it ends in 2024. And you don't have the budget details here.
Yeah.
But
it's over 4 or 5 years.
What happens at the end of that 4-year period?
So at the end, we don't have the money. And so that is why we're trying to invest in the portables, in professional development, and keeping in mind that if we grow, it'll be an income revenue. And so that would be our goal, because currently, I mean, I think the last I heard, we have about 50% of our kindergarteners and TKers who come in with 0 preschool. And so that would be the goal, to give more opportunities to serve our students. And as the demographer's report said, we're kind of steady in the kinder area. We hope to be steady next year.
I just want to say too, early childhood education, Ms. Hines, has its own funding sources.
Okay, so we would have other funding to continue after a 4-year period.
Exactly. And early childhood education in the state of California, you qualify basically by income brackets and pay according to that. And the state supplements and subsidizes us for that. And you can also do for-pay. So when there are so many students on the coast side who are not getting early childhood education and there aren't programs that they can afford, this really is a game changer on an equity level for that. It also will boost the preparedness for students going forward. And you may see cost savings over time because you'll have early intervention for students, special education, so that you're getting early education or early literacy efforts, so that we know our 3rd grade literacy, because a big lift, we want to increase that. over time, there's a downstream effect on that where you can save money. But there are ongoing funds for early childhood education. And to go from Los Listos to quadrupling early childhood education is really a game changer.
So hopefully in 4 years, we will have preschool, universal preschool for all. It's a long stretch, but it's something that the state of California has always been committed to it, to do preschool. It is not part of the K-12 yet, but there's always a commitment from the state of California.
I just want to, oh, go ahead.
In preschool, we have, so this would be a fourth funding source. We have Title V, and that's what Dr. McFetrich was explaining, that's the, depending on the income of the family, families will qualify, and if they qualify under Title V, then we will get reimbursed for that to pay for salaries and coordinators and supervisors. Then we have the Big Lift that also supports us with some professional development and some extra staff, a portion of the staffing for intervention, and summer school that is all about early learning and early childhood education and getting students to read by 3rd grade. And then then we have migrant education, because most at Los Listos, we serve the majority of the students in Los Listos are qualified for migrant ed services. And so we use a portion of migrant, and then now you have our IEEP grant. So the 3 funding sources will not go away. Instead, they're going to grow. So we're using it kind of as startup funds to grow the preschool, and then be able then to stabilize it, because the more enrollment, if we increase enrollment, then we'll receive more funding, and then we can stabilize the program.
Well, I just want to commend you guys. This is I think a really great example of the kind of that longer term strategic thinking that kind of seems like, when we're in survival mode, a hard thing to think about preschool. It's like, oh my gosh, we just got to keep the lights on. Yes. And we've got to think about things like more comprehensive early childhood education, especially when we can get outside grants as a way to invest in our community and have it's the best thing for the kids, number one. Right. And then there's so many other kind of dots that connect to that fit in to make this really a promising program. So thank you for kind of taking the long view and supporting our community in this way. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions for this? Okay. Next on the agenda is the approval of the job description for the new Community Engagement Early Childhood and Special Programs Coordinator position.
I'm going to go ahead and present on this. Mr. Owens is not on the call. Let me present on this real quick. Basically, you have a job description there. I happen to, when there are new job descriptions, I get to look at them. And so I have reviewed this, and there's some background information about the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program and that $167 million in general funds to the State Superintendent of Public Instruction for this. It basically incentivizes us to do it. It was awarded to County Office of Education. We joined that consortium. We applied for the grant. San Mateo County Office of Education and 4 districts in San Mateo County will receive the funding. So we are happy to join those 4 districts. And the position proposed is a Community Engagement Early Childhood Special Education Programs Coordinator. It replaces the supervisor position. It continues to support all grant-funded programs, early childhood programs, which are now going to increase, Big Lift, special projects. And going from one preschool to a district-wide preschool program, you have to support the position and the coordination of that expansion so that it can serve more kids. And basically, we're recommending that you approve the job description. And what everybody always wants to ask is about the fiscal analysis of a new job position. There's no fiscal impact to the local control funding formula base, also known as general fund. The position will be paid 100% from IEEP, this grant that you just heard about, Big Lift, Migrant Education, and Title V, which Leticia just described. And, you can review the job description, but basically that covers it.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve this job description?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. Any questions, comments? I think we understand the intent, and having gone through the preschool presentation, let's go on and move to vote. Aye. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
And I think we lost Caroline. Motion passes. Next on the agenda is another action, approval of board policy 3515, campus security updates.
So Rosie's going to bring up this campus security update. On the consent agenda tonight, there was a contract for cameras, purchase of cameras. And originally this had been identified, and we'd talked about it in the summer because of graffiti that was happening at Fairlawn View. And the intermediate school and Half Moon Bay High School, Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School, have both been talking about this for some time because they've been concerned, and I'll just say, about students having unhealthy activities or unsafe activities. And so, I mean, this is reality. And then when we started putting it out there because of graffiti concerns and vandalism concerns, particularly during time of COVID on campuses, because we had no way to work to address that, then we put this out to all schools. And basically now this is about cameras for all schools. Now you had a policy before. The policy before was written, I think, Freya, you would have the history on this, maybe 10 years ago. And the policy was very clear about how the school site safety committees would have to review the plans, that there would be maps for the cameras, and at the secondary level at Cunha, Pilarcitos, and Half Moon Bay High School, students would have to be consulted. So this new policy, when we went to look for this, California School Board Association has now upgraded the policy, and it was done last year. So we brought this new policy forward, and there's a couple things I want to point out in the policy. First of all, this is about providing a safe school environment, both for students, staff, and visitors, district property, facilities, equipment, vandalism, theft. We have campus security procedures. We have school site safety plans. We work on those with our principals and their school site safety committees. The surveillance systems, it says in consultation with the district safety planning committee, other relevant stakeholders, staff, superintendent or designee identify appropriate locations. I don't do that work. The principals do that work with their stakeholders, with these school site safety committees, and at the secondary with other stakeholders, student leadership, et cetera, et cetera. I want to point out cameras shall not be placed in areas where students, staff, or community members have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Obviously, you're not going to have cameras in locker rooms or bathrooms. Any audio capability on the district surveillance equipment shall be disabled so sounds are not recorded. This has come a long way from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this would have been a much bigger project now because it can be in the cloud. It's pretty easy and the cameras are pretty affordable. There is a monthly service to them. But again, all the school communities have sort of said, we want these. Prior to the operation of the surveillance system, superintendent or designee shall ensure there are signs posted at conspicuous and targeted locations around school buildings and grounds. This is common for California School Boards Association and most districts. I've reviewed like 10 districts with these policies. in my last district had to do them too. These signs shall state that the facility uses video surveillance equipment for security purposes and that the equipment may be actively monitored at any time. The signage language in the last policy kind of did not suit the purposes of the principals. They weren't happy about it, and so we went to legal counsel. Signs, and this was the recommendation, and our stakeholders have enjoyed this. Signs shall specifically read, this area is protected by 24-hour video surveillance. Equipment may be actively monitored at any time. The superintendent or designee shall also provide prior written notice to students and parents, guardians about the district surveillance system, locations, and the recordings could be used in disciplinary proceedings or referred to local law enforcement. Rosie, if you will go to the next page. I want to point out this piece. Oh, Rosie, this is not the one we upgraded. But to the extent, and this is where Stig Lin came in early. There it is. Thank you. To the extent that any images from the district surveillance system create a student or personnel record, the superintendent or designee shall ensure the images are accessed, retained, and disclosed in accordance with law, board policy, admin reg, and any applicable collective bargaining agreements. That's the big piece here. Stig Lin came to me and said, actually brought up, Freya, that you had talked about this years ago. And Stig said to me, hey, there's concerns, and there were concerns years ago that this would be used for monitoring school personnel or in employee disciplinary capacity. And thus tonight we updated this because we wanted to make sure it was done in live time and presented to the public and the board at the same time. Cameras are not intended to monitor school personnel or to be used in any employee disciplinary capacity. Clearly, if laws were being broken, that's another concern. But this is not really intended to monitor and track personnel. This is really about student safety, health, and safety on the campus. And so, you know, you've already approved in the consent agenda the purchase of the cameras. They would be installed. There would be a monthly service fee on these. Again, the school sites wanted them. All the school sites then wanted them. You're going to have security cameras on this. And we would ask you, we would recommend you approve the policy per the desires of our school site administrators and school site safety committees.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the security camera update?
So moved.
Thank you. I've got a first from Sophia, and I'll take Lizette's as a second. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I wanted to thank Sean for including the thing about the personnel, because that was an issue that came up when we drafted our policy. I don't know if it was 10 years ago. I don't think it was, because that would have been my very first time on the board. It's only been 10 years. I think it was 8. But I also wanted just to reiterate, and I understand that we had to consult with legal. One of the reasons why we had put in our signage that they're not monitored in real time was that we didn't also want anybody who was there to rely on them for help if something was happening to them. And hopefully that is conveyed in our may be monitored. I think that we should maybe educate our students or others so that if something is happening to them, they shouldn't expect that someone is watching and can intervene in the moment, because that is not the case. And that was why we had the language that we did. And I know, Sean, you and I spoke about that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was reflected in this record, and that we're still at least conscious of that we want to be careful that we're not creating a false sense of security for people. And then something bad happens and we're somehow liable for that as well. So.
Yeah, our hope would be that in school handbooks or we're hoping to implement online enrollment. We're looking into that. And so hopefully we would disclose this to families and to students, you know, at the beginning of the year that, hey, here's where these cameras are going to be. There are going to be signs, and yeah, they're not actively monitored, but they could be actively monitored. But yeah, I get the point. It just felt like if you're going to have those signs, the concern was we don't want people thinking that they are or they may or may not be in real time, and thus we talked to principals and we talked to legal counsel, and this is the language that they thought suited the purpose.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be relying on them to help them in the moment.
And thus the word maybe.
And as long as there's some education that goes along with it, because it's still a little unclear. I understand why maybe it needs to be unclear, but I just think that that's still a very important point for.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be something that principals would do and administrators would do with parents coming onto campus each year. I will say too that the former policy was very strict about consultation with school site safety committees and with student leaders. And the reason why that's not in there that now is because California School Boards Association had this new policy. We updated it. And quite frankly, now we've done that work to get to installation. Now we've crossed that hurdle. We're going to be installing. And once this policy is approved, then we'll go on.
Sean, a question about that line that was added. Is that relevant to students as well?
No, because that would be, no, the whole point is this is about student safety and student discipline. If somebody came onto a campus and graffitied, we would have a visual record. It would be stored in the cloud. It's not going to be taped. And we could give that to law enforcement. So it is really about vandalism and it is about student discipline. But in my last district, we had this issue too, and out of deference and respect to our employees, we didn't want to have the chilling effect on employees that we were monitoring and tracking their every, that's counter to building trust with our employees.
No, that makes sense. So I guess the assumption then is that it's students anywhere, I guess any kind of student from anywhere in the district coming onto campuses doing the graffiti, and that this is mainly for graffiti. But I want to be clear and make sure that you're comfortable that the language also doesn't preclude if there was any kind of activity happening that was incidentally caught by the camera, that it's not something that was intended, but if there was
like fireworks being set off on campuses.
Yeah, any kind of activity by an employee or a non-employee adult that was happening on campus, that could be also used in that kind of case too. Whatever, I don't want to name specific kind of crimes, but bad things happen, right? If someone's doing drugs on campus, and law enforcement wants to be able to use this material, okay, I don't know that we want to stand in the way.
Well, we would certainly follow our collective bargaining agreements. The language is very clear there. We would follow accordance of law and the contracts. But again, the intent is not to use it to monitor personnel,
right.
Or to be used for employee discipline. Breaking the law, Stig and I had a talk today. He's like, hey, that policy isn't up yet. I said, yeah, wait for it. We're going to do it in real time during the board meeting because we wanted to provide the public and you that second highlighted sentence. Yeah. But Stig said, well, clearly if laws are being broken, I said, yeah, we're not thinking that's the case, but.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure. If there's a criminal issue that's happening, that this wouldn't really stand in that way.
Yeah, the intent is really, if there's a student fight.
Yeah.
If there's a student, if there's self-injury or injury to others, graffiti, vandalism, crime, and sometimes that's people coming onto our campuses that we have no idea who they are. And so then they could be shared with law enforcement if necessary. Otherwise, for student discipline, that's really our call.
Thanks. So let's go to vote. Sophia?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
And I, so it's 5+1. And that brings us to future events. The week of November 24 through 27 is Thanksgiving recess. It's time to stay off of Zoom and video conferencing. Bake some cookies and go for walks with your family and social distance. And give your eyeballs a rest. And perhaps that's a time for all of us to reflect on a little bit of grace and how we can listen to each other with curiosity and make space for understanding. Because as we noted earlier tonight, I think that's a need in our community, is to for a little bit of healing and respite during this COVID time. We have December 2nd, school finance office hours with Mr. Contreras. That's the LCAP budget process via Zoom. And then our next board meeting on December 8th. And with that, we are not returning to closed session. And our meeting is, do I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And I think we can all raise hands and say aye on this one.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you for everyone's patience, and thank you for all of our attendees that hung in there with us. This is an amazing community. So you guys have a good evening. Good night.
Good night.